we're on.
Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to the Buckingham Township Board of Supervisors meeting for July 24th, 2024. I'm going to open the meeting, and we are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Just in case you weren't here about a half an hour ago, we had an exec session in the back, and we talked about police personnel and, fingers crossed, preserving more open space that we're trying to acquire. So, yeah, and Maggie's been working hard on that, so thank you, Maggie. Okay, let me just get started. So before we get started for new people, because I always have to say this, if I squint or I do this, I have an eye disability, so I apologize. I'm just letting you know ahead of time in case you're like, why is he squinting? Like, so just let you know. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is public comment for non-warehouse. So anything that doesn't start with a W, please get up and give your name, your address, and your township, and then if there's anybody that would like to have public comment. What? Ortiz. Okay, good. Then now we'll have board comments. John, Maggie? No, John?
No, nothing, thank you.
Okay, great. Hold on 1 second. Okay, public comment, board comments. Okay, Buckingham Township Free Family Fun Concert Series is held every Thursday through August 15th, 2024 at Hansel Park with a rain location at the Buckingham Springs Clubhouse, which you know is across from Buckingham Winery. So that's the rain location. We've had them. They're fantastic. Please come out. We have lots of fun. Okay, 3. Make a motion we approve payroll for July 4th, 2024 and July 18th, 2024, and the bill list for the meeting of July 24th, 2024, and equaling $1,389,888.34. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Make a motion, we approve the draft supervisors minutes of June 26, 2024, and the work session for June 26, 2024, and for the regular business meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
I wasn't here, I'm recusing.
Okay, number 5. Make a motion, we accept the inclusion in the township records of various departmental minutes and advisory board minutes, which includes the safety committee for June 2024 and building and zoning for monthly stats for June 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, hold on a second.
We're gonna whip through.
Yeah,
Move to
I'm gonna go to 7, because just for people that are here, we don't want them to wait all night. So number 7, make a motion. Make a motion for a developer's request for an extension of the time within which to complete the improvements as set forth in the land development contract of July 26, 2025, covering Covenant Presbyterian Church, Phase 2-A, Township File LD 2001-02A. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, let me just clarify that you're accepting the developer's request for an extension to complete the improvements to July 25th.
Oh, sorry. That's an important word. Right, okay. Any discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we agree to a developer's request for an extension of time within which to complete the improvements as set forth in the storm facility development contract to August 24th, 2025, covering the property owned by Thomas and Kelly Ann Malone, tax map parcel 06-018-01027. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion to awarding year 2 of a 3-year bid option for the removal and disposal of 650 gallons, more or less, 650,000 gallons, more or less, of liquid sludge on an approximately 6,500 to 18,000 gallons, more or less, per week basis for the contract year September 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2025 to Wind River Environmental, DBA Frank Environmental of New Jersey, of Ivyland, PA, in the amount of 0.1082 cents per gallon.
Second.
Wow, a mouthful.
Get rid of that sludge.
Yeah. Discussion, Dana?
Nope.
Nope, okay. All in favor?
Gotta do it. Aye.
Aye. Well, I thought you wanted to say something. Make a motion, we approve resolution 2625, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Buckingham Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, accepting public improvements as complete and affirming the acceptance of the deed of dedication and grant and easement, including the acceptance of an ultimate right-of-way of New Easton Road, the ultimate right-of-way of Old Easton Road, and Research Way in the development of the land known as Wawa Cross Keys Township, file LD 2018-01. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. And this has to do with the Wawa, the Super Wawa, just dedicating it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Escrow releases. Make a motion, we approve escrow release number 8 for the Wawa Convenience Store, Provco escrow account, Township file LD 2018-01 in the amount of $213,469.87. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
The final escrow.
Right? Okay.
Except for the maintenance, that's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Which is,
That's gonna be final.
Okay. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve escrow release number 2, final, for the Wawa Convenience Store, Wawa escrow account, Township file LD 2018-01 in the amount of $191,893.25. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
the only comment I will have, it's not really a final, we were gonna hold 15,000 for some landscaping
Oh.
material that Carol wants. It's in the resolution that you approved
For
for
the 18
dedication.
months, right?
So, well, this is specific to some landscaping that was installed in June that we wanna make sure survives, so.
So it's just not final.
It's a final, cause it'll just get released at the time that the work is done, but, I did wanna mention that there will be some money
And
released.
that was set forth in the resolution.
In the resolution that you just approved, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve escrow release number 1 for the Gordon Residence Church School Road permit PSW 230011, tax map parcel 06-004-074 in the amount of $48,811.14. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve escrow release number 2 for the Buckingham Friends School Gymnasium and Science Center project, Township file LD 2022-01 in the amount of $479,317.87. Do I have a second?
You got it.
Discussion?
And I do have, again, another comment on this one. This is including a new change order that the Friends School is proposing. They're increasing the area of their Arts Edition, which is going to encroach into some stormwater management facilities that are existing on the site. They have to rebuild them, and so there's going to be additional costs. So we've increased the escrow
Okay.
by $110,000, but it's covered by what is already in the contract.
Okay.
So we just want to make sure that, and it's in my letter, but an increase and then a deduction. So
Okay.
there's still a net reduction or a release of funds.
Perfect. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion we release number 1, final for the stormwater facility development contract, Stony Mead Township, file SA 98-05, lot number 22, Ursinger, tax map parcel 06-069-005, in the amount of $0. That escaped me, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to, I can give you a comment now, or you want to make a motion? So
I mean-
the reason is this, there's an agreement that they were to post a lump sum. It wasn't an individual release like your typical escrow releases. For the full completion of the improvements, we're still waiting for as-built, which actually just came in today. So I suspect within a month, they may be done and may be back for asking for the remainder.
So we
But
just-
timing-wise, you have to
You have
act
to,
on the
you have to
escrow
amend the
release,
agenda
so.
tonight.
Got it, timing wise, okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Additional managers items, consideration of approving completion of the site improvements at the Campbell Tract Township file SA 2001-18. Anything with that?
Sure. We received bids for the project, which were higher than the amount of funds that we were looking to spend on the project. So I spoke with the one contractor today about the bids, and we're likely going to either go back out to bid and reduce the scope, or fund the project through, like under the bidding requirements so that we can get the work done this fall. Because if we rebid it, it may take a little bit longer to get back. So we may just piecemeal and do the landscaping and
Okay.
and stormwater stuff separately.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Made the motion, did you second it?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion of relinquishing 1 EDU for residential property emergency wastewater hookup to the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority, 4625 Landisville Road, tax map parcel 06-004-023. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Cool.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And lastly, make a motion, we approve a residential property emergency wastewater connection to Stony Mead wastewater treatment system for 3497 Indian Springs Road, tax map parcel 06-006-054-004. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Any discussion?
Nope.
This
All in-
is the gentleman who's right next to it, that
Yeah.
doesn't have to be part of the larger group.
Okay,
That was my question.
Okay.
He can connect directly, he doesn't have to have the line down the street.
Correct.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and
Okay.
I want to thank everybody because some people are here waiting to see if their stuff approved, and we just wanting to wait all night. So thank you for your patience, I appreciate that. Okay, Craig. Are we,
Well, you can open the hearing
Yes.
on the warehouse track.
yes, hold on. I
W.
want to just go to that, make sure I say the right thing, how to open it, hold on. Okay. I'm going to open up a hearing for the proposed DeGirolamo track off Cold Springs Creamery Road. So I'm going to open the hearing July 24th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. I'm the attorney representing the township, and this is going to be a legal proceeding. So basically, the chairman has turned it over to me to try and make sure I dot i's and cross t's the way we're supposed to do this. So as you may see, there's a court reporter sitting in the front of the room, and Donna is taking down every word that we're saying in this hearing. Okay? The first thing I'm going to ask is we go through this hearing, let's not talk over each other. Let's not applaud for comments or boo comments or cheer comments because we have to keep a clean record. And what this is a hearing. It's not a political event, so I think the political event is probably still outside. So here's how we're going to proceed.
That's not fair. That's really not fair.
Excuse me, okay, we're not gonna talk like that, okay? We're gonna run this hearing.
Guys.
You started it.
Guys,
That is not right.
All right, you don't talk like that. We're gonna get through this hearing. We're not gonna look into that kind of stuff, okay?
Okay, guys, come on, everybody. Everybody, come on. We're all neighbors. I get it. I understand. Let's do a mulligan here and all start over, okay?
Right, so here's how we're gonna conduct this hearing. The applicant is here and they're gonna put on their evidence and the reason why they believe this should be approved. I believe Mr. Nelson is here somewhere. No, Peter. Who represents a group known as No Warehouse. Am I getting that right?
No warehouse or stop the warehouse.
Okay. And I'm assuming they're gonna put on their evidence as to why this shouldn't be approved. And then, when that's done, the board will open the matter up for public comment, and anyone that wants to make a comment on the application will be allowed to do so. And then, at that point, when that's all completed, the board will consider the matter, and they will either say yes, no, or possibly table it. But that's what we're gonna go through today. Now, let me explain some of the other ground rules. The applicant will be what we call a party, because this is a proceeding, so people get to be parties to the proceedings. If you're a party, you get to present evidence, you get to cross-examine witnesses, you get to submit documents, and you have certain appeal rights that you might not otherwise have if you were not a party. Again, I am assuming that Mr. Nelson's going to give us some evidence why his group should be a party, and I suspect we'll go down that. Other folks have the right to be parties as well. But let me explain a couple things. One, if you live more than a half a mile away from the property, it's very unlikely that you would be found by a court to be allowed to be a party. You have to show some certain special circumstances that I suspect won't be here. If you live near the property, if you're within a couple thousand feet of the property, you're probably automatically able to be a party if you want to be. Okay? Now, as I said, I understand the group is here that Mr. Nelson's representing, so they'll probably advance a lot of people's interests in this proceeding. And just because you're not a party doesn't mean you won't be allowed to speak to the application. You will. The difference is you get to present your own witnesses and cross-examine other people's witnesses and put in documentary evidence if you are a party. Okay, so having had that explanation, is there anyone other than Mr. Nelson, and we'll get to that with that group, is there anyone else that wants to be a party? Can you stand up and give us your name and tell us where you live, sir?
Anthony Beccari, 4317 Shedden Circle, Doylestown, about less than a half a mile from Cold Spring.
Were you sent notice of these hearings by the applicant?
No, I don't think I was.
That was not a half mile. It was much shorter distance for the notices.
Okay, so again, what I'm gonna ask you to do is, let's not interrupt and talk over people, okay? So how far away do you know that you live, sir?
Probably less than a half a mile. We're right off of Cold Spring Creamery, about 0.3 miles.
Perfect.
Right across the street.
Mistake, shedding track, Bender shedding track.
Okay, does the applicant have?
Our property butts the Bush Park.
Okay,
The Enders neighborhood.
okay, is the
I'm not
applicant?
gonna belabor it, but as I think everybody knows, we were required when the application was submitted to send notices out to every property owner within 1,000 feet. I would stipulate that any of the property owners on the list within 1,000 feet should be allowed to be parties, and conversely, anybody beyond that 1,000 feet, and I'm not sure if the gentleman is or not, it sounds like he may be, I would object to his party status, his request for party status. So, the list is public, everybody has it. If you're on the list, no problem. If you're
Okay.
not, I would object. And I don't want to belabor it, keep moving so we don't spend all night.
I think you have a problem with your audio.
I'm about to say something,
Guys,
so it cannot, you really have to swallow these mics, because it's important for the people that are behind you to hear everybody.
Okay.
And we all understand that. So you really have to project into these mics.
Okay, so the gentleman is still there. There's certain things that we can do to, overcome that objection. And so, you know, if you have a substantial interest, which is one that's particular to you and is different than the effect or the adverse effect that other people in the community would have, then you may have party status. And you also have to be able to show you have a direct interest and that the interest is immediate. And I can explain what those things mean, but I want to give you the opportunity to tell us how you are going to be affected by this application differently than other folks that are in the township.
Well, I've been through this with the park. We were promised certain things when the park was put up. My property is right next to the park. And I don't know if I have any different view than other people, but I have the same concerns: the safety, the environmental safety, physical safety, and also financial safety with the property, what this procedure or warehouse will do to our property values.
Anything else?
Not at this time,
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that's the requisite interest to show that you should be a party status is separately and different from other folks.
So we have an objection over there,
Yep.
right? And what would happen if we proceeded that he does? What would happen?
Well, could end up a court throws it out at some point in the future. I'll tell you what, let me do this first. Where's Mr. Nelson again?
Right in the middle.
Mr. Nelson, why don't we get your issue solved first? Why don't we get you, tell us, you know, your organization and how it relates to the property and et cetera, and see if we can't get your party status taken care of first.
Oh, wait, real quick. And then what I think that might do, right? So people that want to be a party, and it's kind of like this because, you know, we want to let everybody speak, and if they want to be a party, we just don't want it to be kicked out of, you know, if it goes to court. So what I was saying is, what I think is, if, what Craig is saying, if we do that, it might allay, you know, people that want to be a party, if the greater group is kind of representing them, then they might be okay with that. Is that what you're saying?
That's fair enough, and I think that Mr. Nelson will explain his group and the status of the group and how it relates to the property, and we'll see with respect to that property status, and that may affect what other folks may or may not want to do.
Okay, I think that's fair.
What you're saying is if what Mr. Nelson shares is the same effect that these folks that want to be parties, that he's more of an umbrella for people who are not.
They can make that choice, but yeah, I mean, you know, he may be representing their interests. So let's go ahead and,
Okay.
Peter, if I can ask you to go ahead and explain the nature of the group and how it relates to the project.
Well, before I get to the group, I also represent several individual residents.
Okay.
So I'd like to go through them first, and
Sure.
then we'll conclude with the group. My first set of clients are Joseph Gracie and Darlene Goodchild. They are located at 4200 Cold Spring Creamery Road. I'm not sure if they're in the room right now. They're on vacation. I do believe they have asked that I represent them at this hearing. I also believe they received the 1,000-foot notice letter.
Okay.
Second is Marie Hogan, 4507 Landisville Road. Is Marie here?
Yes, I am.
There you go. Marie, did you get a letter?
No, because I'm Plumstead.
Okay. Do you know how far away from the property you live?
I thought I was in the half mile. I mean, I'm at the corner of Landisville and Birdhouseville Road.
Okay. She's obviously very close. I think that's, we all know where that corner is. Third, is Elaine Haskell. Oh, Elaine's right here. She is located at.
I'm sorry, can I get that last name again, Peter?
Pasque. QUA, can't read my own writing.
What is it?
PASQUA. She's located at 63 John Dyer Way. Yes, and you did not receive a letter?
Plumstead.
You're Plumstead also, how far away are you?
It could be very close. I don't know exactly. It could be close if you go by the way the crow flies.
Yes, that's how we're going, by the way the crow fly.
By the crow, 0.4 miles. Thank
We're
you.
also 10 John Dyer Way.
0.4, yes. Thanks, Jen.
Fourth is Graham.
I'll get it.
Well, Kelsey, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I get this right. It is,
I got it. Graham, two last names. Graham Catholic, Caflisch.
and Kelsey,
Makoul. They're joint property owners. They live at
4074 Stony Lane.
This is right at the base of where the truck road would hit Stony Lane.
Yeah, so clearly within the 1,000 feet. Lastly, I represent Eric and Jean Voronin.
Veronin,
Voronin. Voromin.
N-I-N.
N as in Nelson?
Yep.
N-I-M.
N-I-N. Veronin.
Okay. V-O-R-O-N-I-N. Okay. 4246 Ladies Lane. Did you receive a letter?
Yes, I did.
And she received a letter. And then lastly, I also represent the group that's known as No Warehouse or Stop the Warehouse. Mr. Bateman will speak as to the description of the group, how many people they represent, what their purpose is, and those certain items I believe are impactful as to their ability to become a party to this matter.
Okay, let me just ask you one question. Are any members of that group within 1,000 feet of the property?
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Half a mile is 2,640 feet.
Yes, we are.
So
We are.
now it's 1,000 feet? I'm a little
It
confused.
should-
when you
Okay,
said
folks,
half a mile.
we're not gonna
Calm
do
down.
that, okay? So, if you wanna put Mr. Bateman up to make an explanation as to his group, you certainly can do that.
Just wanted clarification of the 1,000, half a mile, that's all.
Good evening. My name is Mike Bateman. I am the chair of the No Buckingham Warehouse Committee. Our group is well over 1,600 members that are made up of residents of Buckingham, Doylestown, Plumstead Townships, and they range from people that live literally at the end of the proposed access road to folks that may live a couple miles away, but everyone shares the same concerns of the safety issues, the children that are taking the bus, the additional traffic, the loss of property values, and the potential contamination of ecological resources. So, but we represent well over 1,600 members in the community. Does that answer your question, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, you told us the purposes. We have, Mr. Mercer, we have representation that members of this group are within the ambit of the area that they've got notice. And I think you have an objection to their becoming a party?
I'd also like to point out that you guys gave us an hour to get your affected parties this afternoon. We found out about this afternoon, that you wanted this information, so we had to scramble to get it together for you. This is not something that you had given us any amount of time to prepare for, so we got you the information as quickly as we could. So
That's
thank you,
fine.
Mr.
I
Smith.
think lawyers know how this
Yeah,
works.
that's your lawyer's job.
Mr. Murphy, do you have an objection to the No Warehouse Group becoming a
Well,
party?
let's go in the order that Peter raised them. I
Okay.
would object to the two residents that live in Plumstead that did not receive notices within 1,000 feet. Assuming the Gracie, Graham, and the Veronin did receive letters, I do not object to their party status. As to Mr. Bateman's comments, I'd like the identity of at least several of the members that he alleges are part of the group that live within that 1,000 feet ambit. And then if that's the case, I would not object to the party status.
Okay. Okay, so let me see if I can answer that. There's a lady here that stood up. Can you tell us you're a member of the group, and can you give us your name and where you live?
Sure, Mary Wilkinson, 3960 Johns Way. We did receive the notice, and I am part of the group.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Susan Pearson, 3933 Birdhouse Hill Road. I do not believe I received a letter.
Okay, but you're a member of the group.
I'm a member of the group, yes,
Okay.
and I live close.
I know, we all know where you live, Susan. Yes, ma'am.
Laura Kessler, I live on the same street as Steve.
Okay.
Guys,
And 42,
Laura Kessler?
4230 My Lady's Lane, and I did not receive a letter.
Okay.
I confirm that the Wilkinson Trust is within 1,000 feet. We're good.
Okay. So there's no objection to the no warehouse group getting party status?
Right.
Okay. You do have objection to the two folks from Plumstead, although I believe the law is that they're still within the ambit of being affected by the thing. The fact that they're not in the same township doesn't matter.
I agree with that, it's just that they can get a letter, so
Okay.
my objection.
I'm going to recommend, Mr. Chairman, that all those folks be admitted as parties.
I agree. Agreed.
That Mr. Nelson is representing.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, we have all the folks that Mr. Nelson is representing and his group have all been admitted as a party. Now, so
I have
go
one
ahead.
last thing to say, I want to say it now and then I'll get out of your way. This is an approval of a land development.
Yes.
It's not a zoning hearing, it's not a conditional use. I don't think this is the proper process. We are willing to work with it, but between us attorneys, I just want to state my objection that I don't think this is the proper process. Thank you.
Wonderful. Does anyone else want to be a party?
Jeffrey and Barbara Fritzinger, 4171 Sir Andrews Circle. We did receive a letter.
Okay, you'll be admitted, assuming without objection.
No objection, I accept your representation, receive the letter. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Caroline Lubeski, 4450 Summer Meadow Drive. We did not receive a letter.
How far do you live from the property?
650 meters?
I'm sorry, how long is that?
650 meters? Yeah, or feet.
Can you spell your
Yards
last
or
name?
meters?
Ma'am, your last name?
Can you give the court reporter your last name, please?
Don.
Thank you.
Caroline and Brian.
Okay.
Objection.
Okay, within 2,000 feet, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest they be admitted as a party.
John, any objection? No.
Okay.
We're okay with that.
Okay, so you will be admitted as a party. Thank you. There's one gentleman that's standing with his hand in the back of the room.
I'd like to establish a party concept for a class. That's those of us that live in the line of flight of the airport. I think that, the future airport expansion, whether hypothetical, and it probably will happen someday by eminent domain. You need to take that into consideration, that this class, I'm identifying, will be uniquely impacted by the increased air traffic and the congestion of this type facility. So I'm asking the board, please consider the airport, albeit hypothetical.
Okay, right now we're focusing on, for the gentleman here.
Yeah, we stopped that airport expansion 18 years ago.
Okay, this gentleman here, you want to be a party? Can you please tell us where you live?
Linda and Fillmore Choco, 4256 Sturgeon Drive.
Okay.
Wait. Donna needs to hear your address.
Pull the microphone down to your mouth.
Linda and Fillmore Choco, 4256 Sturgeon Drive, in Doylestown. We did receive a letter.
Could you spell your last name?
OCH.
I didn't hear it, but as long as the person received the letter, no objection.
Okay, you will be admitted as a party. Is that it? Okay, so,
Hey, one
Wait,
more
someone
hand
popped up.
on the right.
By the way, they didn't object. That class, I suppose.
I don't understand what group you were talking about.
I would object, if that's
Yeah.
the airport guide, that has nothing to do with this application. It's not articulating a particular harm dealing with this application, so I would object.
I agree, I didn't understand it, so, whatever you were asking for party status for whatever group it was, I would recommend be denied, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Janine Walters, 4576 Deep Creek Way in Doylestown. I had received a letter a while back. I'm assuming that's the letter that you're referring to from DeGeneres, whatever the last name is. Is that the letter that you guys are referring to?
Yes, can you give us your last name again? and we can-
Walters.
Walters?
Walters.
And I know where Deep Creek Way, that's close.
Mr. Murphy?
I just suck it, but it's 1,000 feet actually, so.
Yeah,
That letter, no objection.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
got a letter,
Yeah.
so there's no objection,
Then
you will
my
be
entire
granted
street-
part.
I have an entire street full of people that are part of this warehouse group that is also got that letter and is also a part of this group that's a part of that.
Okay, well, are you asking for the group, or are you asking for
No.
yourself individually?
No, I'm asking I'm trying to say I'm a part of this warehouse group.
Okay, so if you're part of the group, you're not asking for individual party status?
No, I just want to make sure.
Okay,
that's
Okay,
good.
yeah.
fine, you're covered, that's good.
Agreed.
Okay,
John and my wife Lauren Casiello, Casiello, 4207 My Ladies Lane, Doylestown, and we did receive a letter.
okay, then you will be admitted as a party. Yes, ma'am.
Karen Thomas, 4197 Sir Andrews Circle, I received a letter.
Then you will be admitted as a party. All right, so now we are going to proceed to allow the applicant to go ahead and present whatever they want to present to the board with respect to why they believe this application should be approved. However, I want to try and figure out exactly what our issues here is. I understand one of the issues, Peter and Mr. Murphy, is whether or not this is a truck terminal or a warehouse. Is that fair? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. And I would understand that you've read Mr. Gray's letter from, what was it, April 29th or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming that those waivers that are requested in there, you are also suggesting are reasons why the application should be denied. Is that fair?
Some of those, yes.
Okay. Is there, other than the waivers and what's in that letter, is there anything else?
Yes, there are other things that will be presented during our presentation, above and beyond, but those are two major legal issues.
Okay. Can you give us a preview so I can at least keep notes and know what's going on? Excuse me, go ahead.
We have concerns regarding environmental effects, traffic, and safety.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, if you want to proceed, you may.
Good, thank you. Good evening. I'm Ed Murphy, and here, as I have been throughout the process, representing the applicant, J.G. Petrucci. To my immediate left is Greg Glitzer, the project engineer from Gilmore. We also have present this evening Greg Rogerson, one of the principals of Petrucci, as well as Matt Hammond from Transportation Planning and Design, our traffic consultant. Better?
Yes.
Okay. Consistent with what Mr. Smith said, our intention would be to provide, much as we've done previously at prior presentations, the description of the application that's in front of the board this evening. In terms of context, this matter is considered in front of the board as a preliminary land development plan, and also involves a lot line change. But the focus less on the lot line change and more on the land development plan, because the land development plan is what is proposing the 150,000 square foot warehouse that has been the subject of a lot of prior conversation. In In terms of protocol, everyone should be aware that this application was submitted this past winter and early spring, went through the traditional reviews by the various township consultants, both within and outside the township, and most recently, as Mr. Smith mentioned, Mr. Gray had issued his review letter of April 29, and that is the most recent review letter, which is what we are going to use as a blueprint, if you will, to review the nature of the application. Most recently, we appeared on May 1st before your Planning Commission and did receive a recommendation to move the project forward, which brings us to this evening.
Yeah, let me apologize, let me stop you there. The board did not receive approved minutes from the planning commission yet. So Dan, you were at that meeting, can you report to the audience and the board what happened at that meeting?
Sure. Planning Commission held 2 public meetings regarding the warehouse on the Girolamo tract under this application, which is 2304. First meeting was held on February 7th, in which the applicant provided a full presentation of the plan and answered questions from the Planning Commission and members of the community. After a lengthy discussion, Planning Commission tabled the application and asked the applicant to make revisions to the plan and reappear at a later Planning Commission meeting. That second Planning Commission meeting, after the plans were resubmitted for review by the various township consultants, was held on May 1st. The applicant again made some presentation on the information that was revised between the initial submission and then the subsequent one prior to the May meeting. The residents group, the Stop the Warehouse Committee, also made a presentation raising their concerns with the proposed project, including questions regarding the accuracy of the submitted warehouse application and the issue regarding the truck terminal use. After listening to the applicant's presentation and the Stop the Warehouse presentation, reviewing the various consultant letters and the public comment, the Planning Commission recommended the warehouse application LD 2023-04 be approved, subject to an extensive list of conditions. Those were: the developer shall widen and improve Stony Lane from the development entrance to Landisville Road to 24 feet with 2-foot shoulders. Developer shall make improvements to the Old Easton Road and Landisville Road intersection as depicted on the traffic study and coordinate such changes with Plumstead Township. The developer shall verify all existing traffic movements along Stony Lane, Landisville, and Old Easton Road and make all recommended improvements. The developer shall confirm commitment to not providing a 24-hour operation. The Planning Commission recommended that the conflicting use between the G3 and G6 be resolved with between the township solicitor and the applicant's attorney and the resident group attorney if they wish to enter into those discussions. The applicant shall comply with all township consultant review letters. The applicant shall comply with the 2 waivers specifically discussed during the meeting, which were regarding cut and fill calculations and balancing the site, as well as landscaping along the property being transferred to the airport authority as far as the buffering in those areas. The site was to be balanced with cuts and fills. A rendering from the adjacent street should be provided to the board of supervisors. The applicant shall install a sidewalk along Stony Lane along the front of the Boys Track and the airport parcel as they were involved in this project and beyond up to Landisville Road, with the provision that the township could acquire the rights-of-way beyond the applicant's property, and that approval is subject to all health and safety regulations of Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection and the Bucks County Department of Health, including review by the township water and wastewater consultant. And that motion was approved 5-1 by the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Mr. Murphy, please continue.
Sure. Consistent with what Dan just reported, we have since then continued to evaluate the application. And tonight's purpose is to review the April 29 letter that Dan issued on the eve of that planning commission meeting on May 1st that we met and discussed it. In a general sense, I would say, for the record, that the items other than the waivers that we'll talk about that are outlined in Mr. Gray's letter of April 29 are all will comply items. So I don't think we need to belabor the bulk of the letter of Mr. Gray because of that. They do expect and intend to review the waivers that we reviewed previously with your planning commission at the prior meetings, both in February and May, and we'll do it again this evening to go through them one at a time so everybody has a better appreciation for what those are. And before I turn it over to Greg Glitzer, who is obviously the engineer that prepared the plan, which is the subject of tonight's discussion, I would just point out, for the benefit of the board and the audience, that this property has been the subject of prior applications, including prior warehouse applications for quite some time. And in fact, there is a plan that's fully approved from March of 2000 that contemplates the development of this same property for 80,000 square feet of flex space, contemplates 50 loading docks and 227 parking spaces. All that's already recorded March of 2000 and ready to go, subject to us posting escrows if we chose to do it. The other element that's interesting in that application is that all access from that approved plan was out to Burnhouse Hill Road. No access to either Cold Spring Creamery or Stony Lane. So that's out there, and as part of Greg's presentation, we have included in that packet a copy of the approved subdivision plan, a copy of the approved land development plan. So just so you're aware, the application this evening for a warehouse is not something that's new or unusual as it pertains to this property. As you might expect, it wouldn't be because it's zoned PI2 planned industrial.
So you said you're going to introduce these
I do,
documents?
yes.
Mark, does Mr. Nelson have a copy of them?
We will have paper copies to provide for Peter and everybody else, yes. But the property is zoned PI2 planned industrial, and I know we're going to talk further about the use issue and whether or not it's a G3 warehouse or a G6 truck terminal, and we'll get into that shortly. But clearly, we have applied for, just so there's no misunderstanding, the application in front of you is for a G3 warehouse use, nothing else. So, just so we know, and I know that'll be the subject of more conversation going forward. But so with that as background, what I'd like to do is have Greg Glitzer and I'll defer to Mr. Nelson and Craig if you want me to qualify Mr. Glitzer. He has testified countless times before this board in Buckingham over many years, and if you want, I will be happy to qualify him, but hopefully we would accept him as an expert in civil engineering.
Okay, I guess first,
No issue.
okay, but
No issue.
tell you what, even though, why don't we have him sworn so that there's
Sure.
no question. Donna, can you swear the witness?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And due to the stipulations, is there any other party that objects to the qualification of Mr. Glitzer as a professional engineer? Seeing none, you will be accepted as a professional engineer.
Thank you. Sure. Greg, you heard my introductory remarks, correct?
Correct.
And you heard me summarize the status of the prior March 2000 subdivision plan of the DiGirolamo tract, as well as the land development plan that covers this particular parcel that
Yes,
remains
you have to share the mic because honestly, from halfway back, they can't hear you.
Okay. Was my summary accurate of the status of that prior plan?
Yes, it was.
All right, and we do have copies for everyone of the prior approved plan and the land development plan, correct?
Correct, and I'm going to put it up on the screen right now.
Okay.
And this is the recorded plan of, at the time, it was known as Progress Meadow. This is the recorded land development plan. The
first sheet in the record plan drawing is the subdivision plan that established 3 lots on the tract. So most folks will be aware of the self-storage facility. This was actually built adjacent to Burnhouse Hill Road. Progress Meadow Drive was built up to the common property line between Lot 1 and Lot 2. And two 80,000 square foot flex buildings at the time were designed and approved. Two 40,000 for a total of 80,000 square feet of flex space area. And those were equipped actually with 224 parking spaces and up to 50 loading docks in the rear. The intent was to offer these as individual tenant spaces, so small industrial users could select spaces that had dock facilities. This was never built, but it was approved and could be built subject to escrow posting.
Well, hold on, let me ask a question. Was this actually recorded, this plan?
It is. It is, and there it is. It's Plan Book 300, page 11.
Okay.
See right here.
Okay, moving forward, let's talk about tonight's application and the plan that you and your staff prepared and submitted earlier this year, which I summarized and which is the subject of tonight's conversation, right?
Correct.
All right, go ahead, for the benefit of the audience, walk everyone through like you did back in May at the Planning Commission, exactly what the nature of the proposal is for this plan.
Okay, I'm going to refer to the color rendering that's up on the screen. We're dealing with the development of the DiGirolamo tract, which is a 58.15 acre parcel with frontage on Cold Spring Creamery Road and Progress, the end of the stub of Progress Meadow Drive. Now, Progress Meadow Drive initially was intended as a private road, but the township subsequently took dedication to Progress Meadow Drive. As Mr. Murphy indicated, it's both a land development and technically a subdivision or a lot line change, and that lot line change involves the transfer of a 7.6 acre parcel, which we call Parcel A, which is in this area right here, to the Airport Authority. The airport currently has an easement over that property that gives them the right to maintain tree heights in the approach zone to the airport. So that is part of the plan to be transferred to the airport. That will then be annexed, and I don't have this parcel, and I may ask for some support from Sharon Dodds, project engineer, my office, just because she can probably flip through the plans better than I can. But this would be, this is an existing parcel owned by the Airport Authority, so Parcel A would be annexed to this, so that's part of the lot line change. Also, as we're talking about the Airport Authority currently owns what we refer to as the Boyce Tract, probably, or which formerly is the Boyce Tract. Boyce property is this out parcel on Stony Lane, but it's been subject to several subdivisions in the past. We have a tendency to refer. Jimi Hendrix is over. Little feedback. So if I refer, or in some of the letters we refer to this parcel as a Boyce Tract, please know that we're saying that is actually the Airport Authority parcel. That was subject to and granted a minor subdivision approval to divide into 2 lots. Conditions of that approval have not been met, so it hasn't been recorded or established as 2 lots. But as part of the project and as part of the exchange of the lot Parcel A to the authority, there's going to be a grant of easement for what we're calling the truck drive out to Stony Lane. So that leads us back into the development of the site itself, 150,000 square foot warehouse building, all 1-floor elevation. There are 30 loading docks on either side and up to 300 and...
When you say 30 on either side, that's total 60?
No, 15 on each side. 30 divided on both sides. And 342 parking spaces, Plan depicts deferral of those spaces. Park at the zoning ordinance requirement of one space per 500 feet, plus one vehicle that could be left, basically company vehicles left on site. Our experience with other warehouses is that's really heavily parked, and I know the Bucks County Planning Commission has put input onto some of the overparked conditions throughout the county, and we agree with that. So as a rule of thumb, we would park the warehouse as one space per 1,000 square feet. So the intention would be that we would just green space the parking down on the Cold Spring Creamery Road side of the building. So only build that if needed in the future. We have an extension of Progress Meadow Drive. We put a cul-de-sac bulb, a proper bulb at the end of that, offer that to dedication to the township, provide an easement to the, at one time was called the Young Tract, and is now the jointly owned property with the township and the airport authority that has frontage out to Landisville Road, and we extend a driveway into the warehouse. Every part of the site that is not utilized in site infrastructure, meaning parking or stormwater management or on-site septic system, we do have an on-site septic system in this area, will be placed into conservation easements, including all the buffer plans and buffer yards. So out of that 58.15 acre site, we're giving 7.6 acres to the airport authority. It's not a building lot, and then an additional 20.18 acres of conservation easement will occupy the Cold Spring frontage, a good part of the frontage along Progress Meadow Drive, and along some of the neighboring properties along Cold Spring.
What's the nature of the topography of the site?
I have a black and white plan, but it doesn't project real well on that screen. So there is a knoll or a high spot in this area right here, sort of a flat level area up here, but this is the high part of the site, and it falls off to the northwest and to the southeast, all the way to Cold Spring Creamery Road, and eventually to Landisville Road. And that was part of the reason we suggested that or configured the site this way, because this part, the southwesterly part of the site, is actually lower in elevation. So we thought that sort of fit those depressed dock areas a little bit better. But we do have some cuts to level off that area as a result. So that relates to one of the waivers that we'll talk about.
Okay. You indicated that the area that is substantial along Cold Spring Creamery Road that totals a little bit north of 20 acres would be the subject of a agricultural conservation easement, right?
Correct.
Okay. And implicit in that is the fact that we are not proposing any access from this project to Cold Spring Creamery, right?
Correct.
And would you explain for the benefit of the board and the audience how you propose to segregate employee traffic from truck traffic?
The employee traffic is physically separated from truck traffic. Employees would enter from Barnhouse Hill Road. Truck traffic would enter from Stony Lane.
It's straight back from somewhere.
Yeah. We do have the only connections we have are like a grass paver emergency connection here. So fire emergency apparatus attack the site from either Stony Lane or Barnhouse.
But in contrast to the approved 2000 plan, all traffic at that time under that plan was contemplated to go out to Barnhouse Hill.
Correct.
Okay. You heard me mention several times, as did Mr. Gray, his review letter of April 29, right?
Right.
And you heard me say that other than the waivers that we will talk about shortly, all of the review comments outlined in Mr. Gray's letter are what we refer to as will comply.
Correct.
Explain for those that may not be familiar with that term what that means.
That means that the plan set that Mr. Gray and Ms. Manicone reviewed was generated in, the day of the plan, Sharon, March, April 9th. So generated in April, we get reviews typically, as we see, right before the planning commission when they're requested to make a decision on those plans. And a lot of those items are technical details. And rather than stop the proceedings and revise the plans yet again to submit to show compliance with that, we indicate when we say we'll comply, that's an acknowledgement from the applicant that we will address that condition to the satisfaction of the engineer or landscape review consultant, or in Luke's case, the planning commission, West County Planning Commission, it's a condition.
When you say Luke, you mean Luke Rosanova, who is
Correct.
here this evening with the board, correct?
Correct.
When you designed the plan and provided for the parking spaces on the site that you just outlined, what formula or standard did you use in calculating the required number of parking spaces?
Straight from the zoning ordinance is 1 space per 500 square feet of floor area, plus 1 space for each vehicle that would be stored on the site. So, not knowing an end user, this is a spec building or built on speculation of a future user. We assume we put some extra parking in there for some business that might have some company vehicles stored on the site. So that's how we base that. Straight out of the zoning ordinance, reflected, and it's driven by the floor area.
When you say straight out of the zoning ordinance, we're referring to, are we not, the provisions of the zoning ordinance under G, industrial uses, and more specifically G3, warehousing and distribution?
Correct. So that's part of Article 400. It establishes use requirements for various uses as opposed to dimensional requirements for the zoning district. We're in the PI2 zone. So that is correct.
Although I don't know that we need it, I have copies of the excerpt of the ordinance that specifies the G3 warehousing and distribution definition and the required parking ratio as well. So I'm sure everyone can take judicial notice of the ordinance, but I'm happy to.
We're happy to take judicial notice of you.
All right. So the G3 parking standards and any other criteria related to G3 warehouse uses in the PI2 district have been depicted on the plan, and your testimony is we comply.
It is.
Okay. You've heard lots of conversation about and the suggestion that in lieu of a G3 warehouse use, others believe that we are in essence proposing a G6 truck terminal, right?
Correct.
Now, you've also taken a careful look at the same ordinance requirements for a G6 truck terminal, correct?
I have, yes.
All right, and why don't we take an individual look at the criteria that would be required to be met in order to qualify as a truck terminal, and you can advise us whether or not your plan does in fact comply with those G6 truck terminal criteria.
Okay. So I'm just going to go down through Article, not today. Yeah, so Article 4, G6, truck terminal. So the use of land or structures for the storage of trucks or the transfer of freight from one truck to another, excluding the transfer or storage of solid waste.
Right.
And there's a number of criteria under that use that either define it or make certain exclusions. But they help to kind of shape what the character of the G6 use. Short-term warehousing may be permitted under this use. Okay, we have a warehouse, so that's not a point of distinction. Truck terminal shall be licensed by the Public Utilities Commission. Well, we're certainly not, we don't qualify for that, nor am I aware of other similar warehouses that are. The use shall be located no closer than 500 feet to a residential agricultural district. Certainly across Cold Spring Creamery Road as a residential district, so we wouldn't comply with that. Trucks with compressors running 24 hours a day shall be located within a quadrangle of buildings or walls, so basically screening. Again, we're not anticipating that kind of use, and nor do we have the quadrangle.
Okay, guys, that's exactly what the problem is. The court reporter can't take this down when you guys are going through it all, okay? So thank you. Just Let the witness testify.
Parking standard for G6 are no less than 9 off-street parking spaces for every 10 employees, or 1 space for every 500 feet of gross floor area, whichever requires a greater number of spaces, plus 1 space for each company vehicle. That's actually in excess of the G3 warehouse parking standards. The next addresses.
Our plan does not comport with the G6 parking criteria.
No, it does not. If fuel is dispensed, fuel pumps and canopies shall be at least 25 feet from any ultimate street right-of-way. No fuel storage or is proposed. All truck parts and similar articles shall be stored within a building. Again, although we're starting to get a picture of what this use is described as is maintenance of a fleet of trucks or other vehicles. All refuse shall be stored within a building or a closed area. Well, we do have closed stored refuse areas, so we would comply with that. Paint spraying or body or fender work should not be permitted. Yeah, we're not proposing that. Again, this is all pointing to me into the context of a maintenance yard. Lubrication, oil changes, tire changes, minor repairs are permitted if entirely within a building. Incidental, vehicle maintenance, again, that is not proposed. Junk vehicles or unlicensed vehicles may not be stored in the open at any time, definitely not proposed. Approval shall be secured from the state police fire marshal for storage of fuel, again, no fuel storage. Use shall not be permitted within 1,000 feet of any pre-existing public or private drinking water supply system or well, and whether there's a township well right across Cold Spring Creamery Road.
So, we don't comply with that specific requirement regarding the proximity of a public water drinking supply or well.
No.
Okay.
And
So,
then,
in order to do, if we were to propose a truck terminal, the plan would either have to be revised. The plan would either have to be revised or variances would be sought from the zoning ordinance for those specific provisions you just highlighted that we do not comply with. Correct?
correct, and that's just the use provisions. There are allowable uses in the PI2 zone that establish other points that we wouldn't comply with.
Okay. Let's go back to Mr. Gray's April 29th letter, and if we can, let's focus on the waivers that are first noted in paragraph 4.0 at the bottom of page 5 of Mr. Gray's letter, and continue for several additional pages. Each of those waivers is individually highlighted, and you would confirm, would you not, that separately as required by the ordinance, you submitted under your letterhead a revised waiver request letter dated April 9 that accompanied the resubmission of the plans, right?
Correct.
All right.
Can I stop you for a second? Can we explain what waivers we're talking about? And are these waivers from a particular ordinance, or what are they?
Yes. The NPC, Municipalities Planning Code, contemplates a procedure where an applicant, if the applicant believes a waiver from a particular provision of the subdivision and land development ordinance, known as a SALDO.
But not the zoning ordinance.
Not the zoning ordinance, just this only applies to provisions in the subdivision and land development ordinance, not the zoning ordinance. Modifications of the zoning ordinance have to be separately submitted to the zoning hearing board in an entirely separate procedure, not this procedure. And in this case, waivers, as part of the requirement, have to be articulated, justifications provided, and then this body ultimately has the power to recommend support for those waivers or denial of those waivers. So, as part of this revised plan submission in April, Mr. Blitzer prepared a separate waiver letter that outlined those waivers that this plan was requesting. And as part of his review, Mr. Gray reviewed each of those waivers individually and commented upon each of those waivers as to whether he thought they could be supported or not, or he recommended in a couple cases not supporting those waivers. And we intend to go through each of those.
Okay, please proceed.
waiver list, started off with 2 waivers, which we actually withdrew, and Dan does not list those in his waiver, discussion, but does talk about it through the body of his letter, and those were requesting the waiver for consider the plan as a preliminary and final plan together, so, we're dealing with just a preliminary plan right now, so that's where, if you're following along with the waiver list, you might see it out of order. First request was the requirement to do underground utilities within 500 feet of the site. We don't have the ability to go on to private property and to pick up a lot of the underground detail that would section otherwise requires. However, through the initial reviews of the plan, there were certain areas that were of interest in the overall functioning of the drainage system. We did pick those up, and that is some additional storm drainage that was constructed in the prior improvement of Cold Spring Creamery Road. Dan supported that waiver.
And that is a waiver that, in your experience, is one that is routinely requested and routinely supported. Yes?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. The next waiver is a sort of a partial waiver. The subdivision ordinance requires architectural elevations and renderings of the proposed buildings to be provided with the preliminary plans and site analysis and resource conservation plan. We did not have site-specific or design-specific architectural renderings that were provided. The renderings that we provided were comparable projects in size and scale that were submitted. It was expanded upon, that waiver was expanded upon the request and discussion to not only include site-specific architectural plans and elevations, but to provide detailed, rendered to scale, photorealistic, I think was maybe the word that was used, views from various road frontages. So we did not have that when the Planning Commission meeting met. So we said that's probably appropriate for the final plan stage, as we will have a detailed architectural design at that time.
So, rather than it being technically considered as a waiver, it's really a request to defer that obligation. We intend to comply with the obligation, but given the fact that it's only a preliminary stage, we would comply and submit that information at final. Yes. Okay.
And, I'm sorry, go ahead. Maggie was just noting that it wasn't supported by the township engineer. But I apologize, I had to turn off the microphone so you can get the feedback. What I was saying was that, commenting to the supervisor that the township engineer does not support the waiver, and as I understand what is being said is, they're now withdrawing the waiver and will comply with it at final plan approval. Is that what I understand?
Yeah. Right.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next item, Mr. Blitzer, is one that.
Can't hear you.
Next item is one that Mr. Gray mentioned as part of his summary of the Planning Commission discussion back in May, and that deals with this, what we refer to as the cut and fill issue. And again, for context, this is a waiver that is, in your experience, I believe, routinely sought and routinely granted, especially in multiple projects, even recently here in Buckingham. If you could first talk about the waiver, the background of it, and then if you want to mention several projects that were recently the subject of that waiver, that would be.
Sure. So in the context of the ordinance requirement, excessive cut or fill shall be defined as site improvements requiring greater than 4 feet of excavation or backfill. And we have some cuts and fills, some landscape berms and some fill to bring the building pad to a level elevation that do exceed that. We do have some excess, quite a bit of excess fill that we believe we can balance the site, so we're concerns about earth being moved off-site on the roads or taken off or brought in, we can allay those fears. But as far as the limiting the cuts and fills to 4 feet, we don't think we can do that with this plan. So we would maintain that waiver. However, we do have some recent history. The Beans Subaru and Lad site in Cross Keys has cuts and fills in excess of 4 feet. I believe the Village Crossing redevelopment of the Penn's Purchase 2 site also has cuts and fills in excess of 4 feet. So I think there's some precedent there, but we would certainly be willing to work with Dan's office to mitigate any real concerns that there are. We have some deep infiltration basins on the site that are generating a lot of excess material. We're looking at that, or have been looking at that, to see if we can't bring those up and just generate or reduce the amount of cuts, and as well as the number of docks as well. Fewer docks will reduce the amount of cut that we have of material.
That comment specifically is in Mr. Gray's review, where he mentions that the potential for elimination of the cross-dock, quote-unquote, treatment that's
I'm sorry, the cross what?
cross-dock, D-O-C-K,
Okay.
cross-dock element in the current plan, if that could be modified or eliminated, would go a long way to better balancing the site without having more excessive cut and fills, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that is something that this applicant would entertain if we got to that point.
Yes.
Next one.
Saldo prohibits the construction of dead-end streets. Well, we already have a dead-end street. We are just putting a proper cul-de-sac bulb at the end of it. And that waiver is supported as long as we would offer that bulb for dedication to the township, which the applicant would, and it would be built to township road standards.
All right, next one.
This requires road improvements abutting or containing streets of inadequate width or substandard construction, requires us to widen those streets. I think there was a great deal of confusion under this initially, as it relates to our frontage along Cold Spring Creamery Road. Cold Spring was substantially improved in the past, and a multi-use trail was placed on the south side of Cold Spring Creamery Road. So our proposal, as discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, was to take those obligations that we have for Cold Spring Creamery Road widening and apply those to Stony Lane, to come up with that widening plan. So it's generally supportive of that. The details that we would work out in once the scope of all traffic improvements is determined, we would work that out with final plans. Next deals with parking space dimensions. Ordinance requires a primary parking space dimension of 12 by 20 feet. We think that's very excessive and generates quite a bit of unneeded impervious surface. So our proposal is for a standard parking space at 10 by 20 feet.
And Mr. Gray supports that waiver?
Yes.
All right. Next one.
This has to do with the spacing of raised pedestrian crosswalks. We would like to put those in with an interval of 160 feet to kind of correspond with our islands that we had, which were one every 16 parking spaces. So that's a modest increase from the 100-foot interval that the ordinance requires, and there is support for that. Saldo section is referenced, 917A12, requires that parking be placed to the side or rear of buildings. Site plan has primary parking on the side, the Landisville Road side of the building. Reserve parking was on the Cold Spring Creamery Road side, but we had a small lot on the, we'll call it the self-storage side, or the northeast side, abutting close to Front House Hill Road. Since that is actually front yard here, this becomes the front of the building, so we need a waiver of that, or we would need to relocate that somewhere. And if we relocated some of the docks, we could put that on the side of the building in this general area.
Okay.
So you said you wouldn't need that waiver?
Would not, if we modify the dock configuration, that could be eliminated. The remaining waivers that I do want you to, highlight are all ones that have been, in Mr. Gray's review letter, supported by him as we go through them. So if you could, let's hit them relatively quickly, if you would.
Requirement for curbs along all existing and proposed streets and road. We have eliminated curbs along the drive aisle, the truck drive. We have eliminated curbs along the proposed Stony Lane widening, although that is not detailed on the current plan site. The cross-section that we've been looking at is out of the subdivision ordinance and incorporates roadside drainage swales. So, and then curbing along Cold Spring Creek Road, prior improvements already installed that curbing. So there's support for those waivers. Next waiver is a substitution for concrete versus Belgian block curb. Given the industrial setting, we think the concrete curb is an acceptable alternate to Belgian block curb.
Supported by Mr. Brown.
Yes. 411 is a little bit more complicated, so this is waiver of section 918B1 and 918C. Requires construction of sidewalks, bicycle paths along existing approach streets. And the reason it's a little complicated is that while we are securing an access easement in this area over the airport parcel, it's really not part of our land development. They have conditional approval of the subdivision, and one of the conditions require that any development of these parcels, that the certain public improvements be installed, including buffers, sidewalk, road frontage. Question is, does this driveway, this truck driveway, is that considered an improvement that would trigger those other improvements? We don't know. We prefer to defer it until development plans, if they ever come in for the airport parcel, so it's an integrated design. I think that makes sense, but so we asked for that waiver. It's supported, but as things change with the airport development of these, but I'm unaware of any plans for that.
But to be clear, it's a support for the deferral of the obligation, not a waiver of the obligation.
Correct. And what's the trigger point for that obligation? So it's defer until these parcels are development plans brought forward.
Okay.
One is a buffer planting to substitute trees for shrubs in certain areas. Dan deferred to Carol's review on that. I think we're in agreement with Carol's letter, so we believe we comply with that.
Well, hold on, let's make sure the record knows who Carol is.
Carol Manicone, Township Landscape Review Consultant.
Okay, and we do have a review letter from Ms. Manicone commenting on this, and you probably should take the time to explain to the audience the nature of the landscaping treatment between the proposed building and the agricultural conservation easement that would run along Cold Spring Creamery Road.
We've installed buffer plantings along the various properties along Cold Spring Creamery Road. We've extended those across the airport parcel all the way to the remaining voice tract, and we have wrapped those buffers around the Moody Movers site as well. In addition to those, we have buffer plantings, sort of naturalized plantings along existing hedgerows. We have increased the plantings to kind of get as much buffer material and supplementing existing material in these areas here is sort of natural topographic divides that we can take advantage of. And finally, we've relocated landscape material that would otherwise be in the deferred parking area and in islands inside, we've relocated that to the perimeter of the parking lot just to get more external buffering. So I think we've got a very, very aggressive buffering plan. And this is a request for some substitution of plant material in certain areas for switching trees for shrubs.
Okay, and talk about paragraph 4.13 in Mr. Gray's letter regarding the planting strip. Again, this is not a waiver, this is a request to meet the obligation by relocating the required trees elsewhere on the site that may have more of a meaningful impact.
Yeah, and it really applies to the reserve parking area, which wouldn't be built. So what we don't want to do is plant the interior of that, then build the parking lot, and then impact those trees. We think it's better served to take that same number of trees and plant and shrubs, put them around the perimeter where they can start growing and not be disturbed if we should ever, not that we ever think that would be the case, but if we should ever need this additional parking.
Okay, there's a couple small remaining ones, if you would please review those.
Yeah, one was an excavation, a grading slope that's slightly greater than what the ordinance requires. That was in an area between drive-up ramp and the loading dock, so it's here, 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 and here. And we have a 2.5 to 1 vegetated slope instead of a hardscape concrete wall in those areas. So no objection to there. Those in any revised plan, that if we were to look at the dock relocations, those might go away as well. That waiver might go away.
But regardless, it's not objected to at this point, but it could potentially, with a revised plan, revising different elements of the warehouse, it could be eliminated entirely.
Okay. Next ordinance provision is that grading only be permitted within certain areas, so within the building envelope, driveways, wastewater, and stormwater areas. We actually have grading that we use for landscape berms in several areas, and we have some transitional grading out at Stony Lane. So I think it's just a technical requirement of where grading is happening. And by grading, basically meaning we're just reshaping.
And the last one?
Sort of a technical detail. Certain of our stormwater facilities have small diameter under drains and outlets, and we would typically use certain kind of plastic pipe for those, as opposed to concrete, to take advantage of the smaller diameters and the ease of placement and the water tightness. So.
And again, Mr. Gray did not object to that.
Correct.
Okay. And any other, I know the review letter goes on for some number of pages beyond, but again, this is the area of the letter that I indicated before, with which you believe you would agree with all the comments of Mr. Gray to revise and incorporate at the final text.
That's correct. We'll comply with the balance of the letter.
I see, I think I see Mr. Myers over there behind the flags, maybe. Before we do that, do you want to have folks ask questions of Mr. Blitzer first before we move on to somebody else?
Yeah, I think so. Why don't we start? Does the board have any, you know what, I have one thing I want to just get on the record before. The approval or the time for approval or denial of this application runs out August 1st. We're not going to get a letter out proving or denying this by August 1st, so I was wondering whether we could agree to an extension to September 30th.
We will.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any? I'm sorry. Does the board have any questions of this witness?
No. I don't.
No?
I just have some clarifications, and because I was thinking about ways that might make it more palatable. So we're talking about the grading and some of the other things, would you consider cutting the number of days from 30 total days to 15 days?
Yes, we would consider that.
So, and just the last couple waivers you were reading about, with the cut and fill, would you consider moving them, and it might help with the whole truck terminal issue, moving the 15 days to just one side of the building?
We would, as a condition of approval, we would entertain that, yes.
Well, as a condition of approval, you would entertain it or you would agree to it?
We would agree to it as a condition of approval.
Okay.
Okay. So these are some issues that, for me, that I'd like, the lighting. I'd like to see no lights on the outside of the building, so there would be no light illumination.
I'll defer to Greg on that. I thought that had come up at the planning commission, and we agreed to that, but Greg
Oh,
can speak.
sorry, and I may have missed it.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
I may ask you things that I missed, and
I think there has to be some probably modest security lighting, but in terms of other lighting, Greg, you can comment on the lighting plan?
Yeah, we're really bound to be a, pretty strict lighting plan, not only because of the township ordinance, but we don't want light shining up on the airport approach areas. So yes, as far as like a vertical, wall washers, that kind of thing, definitely.
as far as the what?
Wall washers, I'm sorry, it's a type of light, uplight on a building wall, facade lighting. Or maybe some security lighting, certainly, over doors in certain areas,
Minimal. I mean, it's a particular sticking point with me. I'm lucky, I live in an agricultural area, and, but by the same token, I know I'm on the liaison to the EAC, and we have some folks that come in because people that live in like a contiguous development to them, they have lights on their garage, and, it would just be.
We're happy to work with everybody to achieve what you want to do.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to go on. Height restriction of the building. This is 35 feet restriction, is that what you said?
correct.
Okay. And you also stated there's no fuel storage. One of my things was that no hazardous materials would be stored on the site, but I see that you did refer to that with fuel.
Well, what about?
As far as being allowed in a truck terminal, but not.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, what?
Yes, there would
Yes,
be
there
no
would-
hazardous, so I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burke, what
She
you're
just
saying
confirmed it.
is there would be no hazardous materials stored or shipped on site.
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to see you put solar panels on the roof, but that's because I'm the liaison to the EAC and we're trying to promote that sort of environmental responsibility. So I would ask for that.
As a condition of approval, we would agree.
Yikes, okay. I'm gonna keep asking. You talked about the parking requirements, and actually, one of the things I was gonna ask about was not, paving on the reserve place, but the reserve parking area, but you already did. You already said you weren't gonna do that. Okay, so I think you went through all this. Residents' concerns, my main concern is traffic, but I understand you're willing to improve Stony Lane from the Warehouse Drive to the intersection of Landis Hill Road and increase the cartway. It's in Dan's review.
Mr. Havoc can talk about that when he gets the opportunity. We can
Okay.
discuss specifically what the proposal.
Okay, then I'm gonna defer to your discussion, and I'll ask the rest of my questions then, because I'm gonna roll.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, if you want to ask questions of Mr. Litzer, we'll certainly give you that opportunity.
No, I don't, like I said before, I don't think this is the proper procedure.
I understand that.
I don't think we should be cross-examining these witnesses. I think it's appropriate for the board to ask questions in a land development, but I don't think it's appropriate for.
You got that of record. I just want to make sure I'm giving you the opportunity if you want.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else that's a party that wants to ask questions of Mr. Blitzer?
Am I considered a party? I'm part of the
You
warehouse.
said you were. In the warehouse.
Yeah.
And you got a
Well,
letter.
the warehouse group is represented by Mr. Nelson, so.
You got a letter, you said.
I did. get a letter.
But she's part of the warehouse
My
group,
question
which is
I had-
represented by Mr. Nelson, so.
Okay.
She's a party.
Hold on.
I just have a quick question about the 2021.
Go ahead.
Bringing up.
Go ahead.
Identify
Name,
Okay, you need to
Your name-
identify yourself for the court.
name and address for Donna.
Janine Walters, 4576 Deep Creek Way. I did receive a letter for this particular request. I did not receive anything in 2020, so what would be the difference at that point that got approved? How would that have been
You mean
approved?
the one in 20, you mean the one in 1999?
Okay, well, even then I didn't get a letter. So my question is,
I don't think this
did
development.
they do that at that point?
I'm sorry?
Did they do that at that point? Did they have
Back
to
in,
have letters at that
in
point?
1999?
Yes.
I don't know, but I'm assuming they followed all the rules that they're supposed to
Sorry, I just
follow.
wanted, my misunderstanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman in the turquoise, thank you, shirt. And I forget, you're the gentleman that wanted to represent the airport issue, right?
He's out.
My name's Robert, I reside in the Buckingham Square subdivision.
I can't hear him.
Any questions?
Okay, no comments. Questions, yes. Comments come later.
We're gonna allow.
Wait, come to the microphone.
You have to come to the mic and give Donna your name.
An address.
Robert, I reside in the Buckingham Square subdivision. Okay,
What's your last name, Robert?
Is that relevant, really?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a public hearing.
I've identified myself as a resident.
Okay, if you want to give us your last name, I'm happy to let you ask a question. If you don't, then I'm gonna have to decline.
Robert Bush.
I'm sorry, can you spell
Donna,
that
for
for us?
Donna. Donna, right here. She's,
Doleshuk.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question.
Listen, in your presentation, you used the word airport at least 10 times. No other ownership entity was mentioned, okay, more than twice. That's my observation. Question, so this is being built on spec?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's no no operator identified at this point in time?
Correct.
Okay, so once built or partially built, the property can transfer to another party?
In theory, yeah.
Okay, what's to prevent the airport authority from purchasing this after you've built it to any degree? So for example, what if you just built a shell? Is there anything that would prevent you from selling that to the airport authority?
Not that I would know, but I
Legal
don't,
counsel?
I don't know anything about the
I'm
airport
not
authority.
I'm not frankly understanding the point of your question.
I think he's trying to suggest that we are somehow in cahoots with the airport authority and that we build a building and the airport
gonna
authority
happen
buys
someday,
it and
commission.
it's a de facto expansion. I'm guessing that's what that's.
Are you worried about the runway expanding across Stony Lane onto this property? Is that what your question is?
The issue is airport expansion. You proudly say you defeated it 18 years ago.
Okay, now, I don't want to speak, so I'm
Yeah.
trying to find out what your question is. Are you saying you're concerned about the runway going across Stony Lane and onto this
Commissioners,
property?
please do not let the airport expansion happen, okay?
Okay,
Make
thank
it
you very much.
clear.
You don't have a
We stopped.
question, we're moving on, okay.
He's a party.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, you a party yet? And folks, we're not gonna get through this if we don't try and work with each other. Go ahead, ask your question.
I know I went on record before saying
Go to the
You
mic.
need to
Please
give
go to the
your,
microphone and we need your name.
I know that I went on
Name.
record.
your name and address for.
My name is Laura Kessler. I reside 4230 My Ladies Lane, and I went on record before saying I didn't receive the notification. My husband reminded me that we did. But something that we have not heard is your plans to address the infrastructure, the roads, all the traffic, the pollution, everything,
Okay.
danger to.
That is the applicant's gonna put on their case, they're gonna do whatever they want, that's really not a question at this point. Why don't we let them finish, and then if you have a question, excuse me. Why don't we let them finish, and then if you have a question in that regard, you certainly can ask it.
I have a question.
Hold on.
Are you a party?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then give us your name, and your voice seems loud enough that I'm not gonna make you walk to the
Going
mic.
to the mic. I will speak loud enough for everybody to hear.
Okay, your
Jeff
name?
Fritzinger. Do you need me to spell that? Everybody does. Fritzinger. 4171 Sir Andrew Circle. My question is, Ms. Rash mentioned, would you be willing to cut the number of docks down to 15? Your answer was, I will consider it. Is this something you will actually agree to as part of approval? Or is this just, we might do it, we might not do it?
I think Mr. Smith already asked me that question after I said what you said I said.
No, that was the
I
second.
did not hear that answer, so please
Okay.
answer it again.
Shh, please.
So there's no misunderstanding. What I said was, if this board would approve this plan as a condition of that approval, we would agree to reduce the number of docks from 30 to 15 and to agree to only locate those docks on one side of the building.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Any other parties?
Are there any other parties that have a question?
Mr. Gates.
Okay, the board's already had a question. Your next witness, Mr. Murphy.
Well, I'd like, before we turn to traffic, I'd like to put a bow on this G3 versus G6 question, and now I can see Mr. Myers through the flags.
Okay.
You want to have Mr. Myers sworn, because I have a
Yes.
question?
Yeah, if you have a question, I want to sworn.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth,
Can
and
you
nothing but
stand
the
up,
truth?
Rich, so everyone can see you? Okay.
And you're gonna have to grab a mic somewhere. Or yell.
I can go.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you come out from around? and-
Okay, sit in my seat.
Sit here. Yeah, it's all right. Come sit in.
Sorry.
And just so everyone understands, Mr. Myers is the township zoning officer, so that gives us some context.
Hey, man. Donna, do you swear,
He was
Richard?
sworn.
Okay. Mr. Myers?
Yes,
You are, in fact, the appointed township zoning officer?
yes, I am.
And for how long have you had that position?
Since 2006.
Okay. You are, I believe, intimately familiar with this application that's in front of the board this evening?
I am.
And you are aware of the discussion that has been ongoing about whether or not the application as presented is in fact a G3 use or a G6 use, right?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the use as presented is G3 or G6?
Yeah, it's been submitted as a G3 warehouse, and I see nothing that's inconsistent with that description of the property.
And if for any reason this applicant, with an approval in hand, would make an application for a building permit that would be inconsistent with the plans that would be approved, what would your response be?
Well, if it was inconsistent with the approval on the land development plan, we would not issue the zoning permit to allow the construction to commence.
So long as what was submitted to you in your capacity as zoning officer would be consistent with the plans as a G3 warehouse, your position is you would issue a permit for
Yes.
that use. But absent that consistency, you would not.
If a different use comes in, I would have to review a different use to see if it first was a use that was permitted by right or conditional use in that zoning district. If it wasn't, it would have to go before the zoning hearing board, first of all, to get a use variance because it wouldn't be a use permitted in that zoning district.
Right.
In the case of a truck terminal, which is a conditional use, it would have to come back before the Board of Supervisors for their approval of a conditional use.
Thank you. I have no other questions for Mr. Myers.
Okay, board have any questions for Mr. Myers? No,
Nope.
Mr. Nelson doesn't have any questions because he thinks we're doing this wrong. Any other parties have any questions for Mr. Myers? Seeing none, please proceed.
I don't know that we need to have Mr. Gray sworn, but I would propose, since Dan has previously spoken to the issue at prior meetings, that he's elaborated about the same question. Mr. Gray, I don't know you need to be sworn, but
Swear me.
Swear me.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Gray, you have been the appointed township engineer for how long?
It's 2008, so 16 years.
You have been intimately involved in the application, in its review, and in addressing questions and comments from everybody at prior public meetings of the Planning Commission and Board, correct?
That is correct.
And you've been party to or privy to the conversation about whether or not the application as presented constitutes a G3 warehouse or a G6 truck terminal, right?
I have.
And do you have an opinion as to what this application represents?
Similar to Mr. Myers, I believe it is a G3 warehouse use, not a G6 truck terminal.
And why?
A couple of reasons. I think the building layout specifically is too wide for a truck terminal. Typically, truck terminals are 70 to 80 feet wide. This building is 3 times that at 250. That dimension across the width of the building prohibits or limits the amount and speed of which material can go from one truck bay to the other, which is very typical to a truck terminal. There's also a significant amount of truck trailer parking in addition to the loading bays at truck terminals. Typically, truck terminals, in addition to the vehicles that are backed up to the bay, also have trailers, bobtails, which are empty tractors that don't have the trailers attached, that are typically parked on the site. And if you look at the truck turning diagrams for this project, the entire paved portion of the loading dock area is required to enter and exit out of the truck base. So they need the entire space that's paved right now to actually maneuver and get the trucks into the bay. So if we were to have parking, or if they were to have parking anywhere in those paved areas, that would limit the ability of a truck to back into the loading bays. So these loading bays are your typical back up, drop off your delivery and leave. It's not, there's a lot, usually with the truck terminal, there's a high throughput of vehicles that come in and out, and those vehicles need space to park and be loaded and unloaded, and that just this site doesn't provide for that type of layout for a truck terminal. Also note that truck terminals usually have fully concrete pads, because there's so much internal movements, a lot of trucks coming and going, trucks being moved from the loading bays to the storage areas. This proposal simply proposes asphalt with a concrete pad at the loading dock areas where the truck landing gear lands. So that's not typical of a truck terminal. We referenced, or Rich referenced, the fuel storage, the maintenance, all those other things that are typically involved with a truck terminal aren't on this plan. They don't seem to have any of those facilities that would lend itself to an operation where you need to maintain a truck fleet.
You were present this evening when you heard Mr. Glitzer, at my request, review the criteria required to qualify for a truck terminal, right?
I did, yes.
Right, and you covered some of those, but a couple that you didn't mention. One is, does the parking ratio proposed for the plan in front of you meet the criteria for parking for a truck terminal?
No, that's my point, is the asphalt area that you have proposed is not available for parking of those trucks, which is some of that additional parking.
In addition, would you concur with Mr. Glitzer that a truck terminal would not be allowed in this location because of its proximity to public water supply or wells?
Yes, certainly. And it would need to be in an industrial park to begin with. So it's not a permitted use. And then obviously as the plans move forward, the facilities would significantly change if it went from a warehouse type use to a truck terminal.
Thank you. No questions. No other questions.
Mr. Nelson doesn't have any questions still, I assume. Do any other parties have any questions? The board have any questions? No? Okay.
All right. Donna, do you want a break? We'll call Matt Hammond.
Okay. Donna, if you need a break, let us know.
I'll let you know. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
A little bit of background, I think most people here have seen or heard Mr. Hammond previously at earlier discussions of this application. Mr. Hammond is a licensed professional traffic engineer employed by Traffic Planning and Design. Much like with Mr. Glitzer, I'll inquire if necessary, unless the board and Mr. Nelson are willing to accept Mr. Hammond as a engineer specializing in transportation.
Any objection to Mr. Hammond testifying as an engineer specializing in traffic?
Nope.
I see no objection, he will be so accepted.
Thank you. Matt, we don't need to belabor it, but I want you to explain for the benefit of the audience and the board the nature of the traffic study that you prepared and submitted as part of this application, which is referenced in Mr. Gray's April 29 review. I'd like you to talk about how that study, the scope of the study was put together, what input you obtained when you did it, and then let's talk about Stony Road improvements.
Good evening. Again, Matt Hammond with TTD. With respect to the traffic study, as Mr. Murphy had mentioned, a traffic study was submitted as part of this application to the Township for review. The initial traffic study was completed in May of 2023. There were subsequent revisions made to that study, ultimately with the latest version being dated April 8th of 2024, which was subject to Mr. Gray's latest review letter. But going back in terms of the traffic study, whenever we, as a traffic engineer, we prepare traffic studies, we look to seek input from various officials, consultants, and township staff with respect to the preparation of that traffic study. Prior to the completion of the study, we did reach out to the township to discuss the scope of the study, what items should be included in the subsequent traffic study. In other words, what items are important to the township for us to look at as part of that traffic study. With consultation with Mr. Gray, we compiled a scope of the study which included a number of intersections for us to look at from the traffic perspective. These intersections include Burnt House Hill Road and Progress Meadow Drive, Burnt House Hill Road and Cold Spring Creamery Road, Burnt House Hill Road and Landisville Road, Burnt House Hill Road and Maladies Lane, Malade, excuse me, apologize. Cold Spring Creamery Road and Church School Road, Cold Spring Creamery Road and Stony Lane, Landisville Road and Stony Lane, and Point Pleasant Pike and Burnt House Hill Road. Burnt House Hill Road and Doylestown Buckingham Pike, Old Easton Road and Landisville Road, and North Easton Road and the Private Drive and Research Way intersection. Those intersections were requested to be included in the study as part of the analysis that was prepared. When we look at intersections, it's a process in terms of how you analyze that intersection. First thing you do is you go out and collect data at those intersections. We want to record the amount of traffic that's traveling through that intersection during certain time periods. Mainly, we focus on two time periods during a typical week. Those would be the AM and the PM peak hours. The AM peak hour typically resides between 6:30 AM and 9 AM, and the PM peak hour typically resides between 3:30 and 6:30 in the afternoon. And what we do is when we collect the data, we look at the amount of traffic traveling through those intersections during those time periods and extract the highest 1 hour of traffic during the AM and the PM time periods, which represent the AM and PM peak of traffic. We utilize that data to determine how the intersection currently operates today and how the intersection will operate in the future. As part of the coordination with Mr. Gray, and I will say that this traffic study, this latest version of the traffic study, is probably one of the most comprehensive studies we've ever done for a warehouse development, does include pedestrian counts as well. There was significant concern raised prior meetings by the residents with respect to the amount of pedestrian and bicycle traffic traveling through the study area, which I defined. So not only do we record vehicular traffic, but we also recorded pedestrian traffic during those time periods. And I would say that beyond that, the counts that were done at those intersections essentially encompassed almost 12 hours of data, if I remember correctly, between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., but obviously only concentrating on the peak hours, as I mentioned. So we looked at the vehicular and the pedestrian traffic through the area. We then determined what developments could be built out in the area, which may have an effect on those study area intersections. There were a couple of developments defined. There was the Fred Beans development on Easton Road. At the time, some of the counts were conducted. The Wawa facility was not yet in operation or fully complete. And then obviously some traffic associated with just general background growth and some minor improvements associated with the airport property. That was all included to determine how the intersections may operate in the year 2027. That was the year that was determined that we felt that the warehouse, if successful in getting approval, could be built out and open and operating. So we wanted to look at the 2027 conditions. We analyzed those intersections again to determine the baseline, how those intersections are going to operate at the time we anticipate the proposed warehouse to be in operation. We then look at how much traffic will be generated by the warehouse. We utilize a publication called the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which is essentially a compilation of data that's collected at various similar types of uses, which give us as traffic engineers an idea or projection of the traffic that would be associated with the proposed use. There are multiple warehouse categories within the warehouse use in the ITE manual. Those uses, those 5 general categories or categories of warehouse include a number of various types of warehouse that generate various types of traffic. First is a general warehouse use. The second is what's called a high cube transload short term. The third is a high cube fulfillment sort. The fourth is a high cube fulfillment non-sort. There's a high cube parcel hub and a high cube cold storage. So what we looked to do was determine what category of warehouse the proposed use best fit. Now, I believe it was discussed at prior meetings that 2 of the uses we've essentially, or the categories we've essentially thrown out. The high cube fulfillment center sort or the parcel hub are generally associated with an Amazon or a FedEx UPS type facility, which in my study, we've agreed that this warehouse would not be any of those type of uses, which leaves us with 4 warehouse type categories. Out of those 4, we chose general warehouse. And specifically, when you look at it, the general warehouse actually is projected to generate more traffic than the remaining 3 categories of warehouse. So we tried to be conservative as possible and determine that this use fit the definition of a general warehouse, and it turns out that the general warehouse generates more traffic than the other types of warehouse uses.
When you say you're being conservative, do you mean you're suggesting a higher level of traffic rather than a lower level of traffic?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in some senses, you're being liberal.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So from now on, when I say conservative, it's a higher level.
Gotcha.
So we were being conservative with respect to the amount of traffic we anticipate to be generated by the warehouse. Again, as part of the analysis, we're really just focusing on the peak hours because the theory is, from a traffic perspective, if you can make the peak hours of traffic work, then the off-peak hours, when there's less traffic on the roadway, will also work. But for this use, at 150,000 square foot, it's proposed to generate 93 cars over a 24-hour period and 45 trucks over a 24-hour period. Now, We also look at what's called trips. In other words, one vehicle in is one trip, and that same vehicle out is a second trip. It's one vehicle, but it's made two trips. So we look at it, number of vehicles, we look at it as well as the number of trips. As part of that, we also break it down in between passenger vehicles and truck trips. And as was discussed and provided for by Mr. Glitzer, all vehicular traffic would be taken via Progress Meadow Drive, while truck traffic would be via Stony Lane. We also, again, analyze the intersections utilizing the 2027 year conditions, and superimposed on top of that the traffic associated with the proposed warehouse use. We looked at how the intersections operated and scored them. And when we look at how they operate, the scoring system that we use is very similar to the grades in school. It's called level of service, and it ranges from level of service A as in apple to level of service F as in Frank. A being the best, F being obviously the worst. In Buckingham Township, there is a separate requirement beyond the typical industry standard requirement when it comes to analyzing the intersections. The typical PennDOT requirement when analyzing intersections is to look how an intersection operates, and a level of service D as in dog is acceptable. So A, B, C, and D, acceptable levels of service, depending on the area that you're in. Level of service E is an elephant, or level of service F is a failure. It requires you to look at how you can, or what improvements would be necessary in order to help improve that level of service, to bring it to a level of service D. Buckingham Township's ordinance considers a level of service C as in cat, the design level, and anything above a level of service C, level of service D, E, or F, as requiring improvements to be made to intersections, or the identification of improvements to be made to bring that intersection back to a level of service C. So Buckingham Township actually has a higher standard in terms of how they want you to look at their intersections. So we went through that analysis. We determined that there are a couple of instances of all of those intersections that we studied where while we meet the standard, the industry standard, or the PennDOT standard, level of service D, we do not meet the township standard, which is a level of service C. The main intersection where we have found where we do not meet the township standard, but we do meet the industry standard, is the intersection of Burnt House Hill Road and Doylestown Buckingham Pike. That intersection actually operates in the future year at a level of service D as in dog. So, as part of Mr. Gray's review, he's asked us to look at what improvements can be made at that intersection to bring it up to a level of service C to meet the township's requirements. The main improvement that we did look at was the possibility of signalization at the intersection. However, the thresholds are not met in order to provide signalization at the intersection. PennDOT outlines certain criteria it must meet in order for you to have the ability to install a traffic signal, and we do not meet any of those criteria. So therefore, the only improvement that can be made at that intersection would be signalization. However, I would point out that that intersection operates acceptably according to PennDOT standards, and would operate at a less than desirable township standard with or without the proposed development.
Just remind me what intersection you're talking about.
Burnt House Hill Road and Doylestown Buckingham Pike.
202.
202.
202.
Sorry, 202.
No, that's not right. Can't be 202. 313?
No, it's Burnt House Hill and 202.
It's Burnt House Hill and
Yeah,
Burnt House Hill.
it dumps
Down
out.
by
at the
Hunter's
bottom.
Glen.
I would
the
point
bottom.
out, that
Go
was,
at the bottom of the hill.
At the bottom.
I would point out that was an intersection that was asked to be included. It is approximately 2.5 miles away from the site, but it was an intersection that was asked to be included within the study area.
Burnt House Hill and 202.
But in terms of the improvements, there has been a lot of coordination and discussion since the initial traffic study was submitted as to what improvements would be provided and associated association with this development. Mr. Glitzer touched on one of the waivers that talked about sidewalk and the deferment of sidewalk along Stony Lane to the development of the adjacent parcel. But one of the things, and one of the improvements that I think is probably one of the most important improvements in this development is the widening of Stony Lane from the proposed access point north to the intersection of Landisville Road. We have proposed to provide for two 12-foot lanes with 2-foot shoulders on each side of the road. So essentially, 28-foot of parkway through that area, again, from the driveway north to Landisville Road. Mr. Gray has also asked, we will comply with, looking at the intersection of Landisville Road and Stony Lane to ensure that the truck traffic that we anticipate, or the movements that we anticipate, essentially a northbound left or a eastbound right, would be able to be accommodated, or be able to accommodate the truck traffic. And if not, certain improvements would be necessary in order to facilitate those movements. The other improvement that was discussed, and we are agreeable to, is an improvement to the intersection of Landisville and Old Easton Road. There was a number of comments made by the public in the township in the past about the operation of that intersection and the unusual geometry associated with that intersection. So we have proposed to make certain improvements. These improvements were shown to the Planning Commission back in February, and essentially looked to better define the movements, better define the approaches of the intersection, and improve the safety and operation of that intersection by also adding an all-way stop. That intersection is jointly owned by Buckingham Township and Plumstead Township, or Plumstead Township's close enough that we also will be coordinating with Plumstead Township, but we have proposed to make those improvements as well in conjunction with this development. Those improvements were depicted in, I believe, in Appendix L of the traffic study. I also have a few copies of the sketch that was included in Appendix L if the board would like to see that or have not seen what's being proposed.
I'd certainly like to see it. Do you need a copy, Mr. Nelson?
No, we.
Mr. Nelson would like a copy?
We'll put it on the screen.
Okay. And just to reiterate, Mr. Murphy, you're going to give us copies of all the exhibits.
Yeah,
Agreed.
down to up to 7 o'clock.
You can have it online, but it's okay. If you don't want it, it's fine. You want one?
We've got, I've got.
You got it?
I've got
Whatever
one.
you got, I see it right there. Sure. All right.
Take it home, study it.
I'll do that tonight.
We're gonna test you on this.
Oh, jeez.
What's it?
It's 7:30 of 7:30. It's the very last page. That was more fun.
Folks, can we quiet so the witness can keep testifying?
So, as I had mentioned, we are looking to make certain improvements at this intersection to help better define the approaches as well as the operation and safety of the intersection. What you'll see here is what we've proposed to improve this intersection. One thing that will help improve the operation as well as the safety is bringing this intersection in at a 90-degree, or the Landisville approach into Old Easton Road at a more of a 90-degree angle, give the ability of vehicles to have a clear view of sight, both right and left, before entering the stream on Old Easton Road. We've We've also proposed for there be a better definition for people exiting from Old Easton Road onto Landisville Road. As it stands right now, this area is almost a no man's land. So vehicles that are traveling through this area don't really have definitions for those lanes, and sometimes can take a wider turn or angle themselves when coming down Landisville, so it makes it difficult to see to the right when entering into Old Easton Road. We've also proposed an all-way stop sign. Right now, Old Easton Road is free flow. In other words, there are no controls for Old Easton Road. There is a control for Landisville Road, so we propose to make this an all-way stop to force vehicles to stop at this intersection in all directions. There is a small area here, we believe, of available right-of-way that we've looked at clear some of the shrubbery and trees in there to help improve that sight line. But we would be only working within the right-of-way and the property area available to us. But essentially, this is what has been proposed as far as improvements to that intersection as it relates to some of the concerns previously raised.
And your testimony would be that as part of any final plan submission, that the improvements you discussed on Stony Lane and at this intersection would all be incorporated in that plan?
That is correct.
I don't have anything else for Mr. Hammond.
Board have any questions for Mr. Hammond?
Nope.
No, Mr. Nelson doesn't have any questions. Do any other parties have any questions for Mr. Hammond? Yes, sir. Give us your name again, please.
All right, you ready? Jeff Fritzinger, am I speaking loud enough? Yep. Fritzinger, Fritzinger, 4171 Sir Andrew Circle. Question is, you looked at the intersection of 202 and Burnhouse Hill Road. Did your study also include the tractor-trailer traffic on Burnhouse Hill Road from 202? That is a very common GPS route to get to
Okay, well, let's start with a question first.
So the question is, has
your question is, did it include in the
Yes.
generation? Go
I'm
ahead.
just giving a rationale why I'm asking the question. It is a very common GPS route coming from that direction to our community. So have you looked at this in your study of tractor trailers on Burnhouse Hill Road?
We have. So when I talked about taking traffic counts or collecting traffic counts, we actually record the amount of traffic through those intersections, which I mentioned were included in the traffic study. And that traffic is broken down into a few categories, one being pedestrian traffic, one being vehicular traffic, one being school bus traffic, and the other one being heavy vehicle traffic, which would include tractor trailers. So all of that information was recorded and was the basis for how we determine traffic to get to and from the proposed development.
Let me rephrase my question a little bit. Burnhouse Hill Road, for those that live here, know there's a lot of blind hills. And I've been in Uber rides where they're going on this and not familiar with the area. And it's very difficult to navigate if you don't know these blind hills are coming up. So we're gonna have tractor trailers coming this route, not familiar with it. The roads are narrow. So have you looked at the, I'll call it the blind hill aspect of tractor trailers on Burnhouse Hill Road?
I don't want to say we specifically looked at the blind hill aspect of tractor trailers. I don't know that that would be something that I would normally look at. We were required, as part of comments received previously from Mr. Gray's office, to do what's called a roadway safety evaluation. And that's in accordance with the AASHTO, which is the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials. They have certain guidelines to look at in terms of roadside safety and design. So we did put a very robust analysis together, an evaluation together of the roadways surrounding the property, including Burnhouse Hill Road. So that was taken into account, as well as existing tractor trailer traffic, as well as existing school bus traffic, vehicular traffic, and then future traffic we anticipate associated not only with this development, but the other developments that I mentioned that could be or have been completed already.
So you're
Hold on. You finished?
Yeah, I understand the question, so it seems like there hasn't really been
Okay, if you have a question, by all means ask it.
I have another question, not for you all, more for
Let someone else have a.
No, if he wants to finish his question, he can finish his
So I
question.
have a different question for all of you.
No. We're questioning witnesses right now.
You're gonna have public comment.
It does relate to this.
We'll get there.
You're gonna have
We'll get
public
there,
comment.
But it's not now. Okay?
Someone in the center in the back. In the center.
Sir, yeah. Are you a party? Okay, but those kind of things will come at the end, when the board is gonna listen to everybody's comments about all of this.
He's gonna be here.
Yeah, he'll be here, okay, when we get to that, so that's when we can get there. Are there any other parties that wanna ask a question of the traffic engineer? I'm sorry, are you a party?
Yep.
Okay.
Stephen Morrison, 3781 Church School Road.
I'm sorry, what was your
Go
name?
to the mic, please.
Stephen Morrison, 3781 Church School Road. That little bit from Stony to Easton, that's a nightmare. You know, are you gonna do anything with that, try to widen it or anything? I mean, that's the plan, you're gonna come out, you know, to Stony, go up to Lansdale, take a left to get out of town. I mean, I hate going that way, but it's kind of fun with bumps, but, you know, there's bushes, it's very narrow.
So, I believe, just to clarify, the question is, are we proposing to improve?
Yeah. Correct.
Easton Road?
No.
Landisville.
Lansdale from Stony to Easton.
We are not.
Why not?
In my opinion, it's not necessary based on the condition of the roadway, the width of the roadway, and the fact that there are already heavy vehicles that travel on that roadway today.
But you put this warehouse in, you will have it. I don't understand how you can say, well, they're not there today, but magically they're gonna show up. I mean, I see trucks going in and out of there, going to those places right there on the corner. And it's kind of scary when they're coming out, you know, out of Stony onto Lansdale, and I'm trying to get home, and we're all trying to share the road, and there ain't much room.
So, as I mentioned, today, there are heavy vehicles utilizing Landis Road. We're not proposing to make any physical improvements to Landisville Road, but for the improvements depicted on this plan, the improvements on Stony Lane, but also, as I mentioned before, one of the comments in Mr. Gray's letter that we've said we would comply with is looking at the intersection of Landisville Road and Stony Lane to determine whether or not there are any adjustments needed to that intersection to accommodate the additional truck traffic.
I understand that, I heard you the first time, and I heard you the second time, but that little strip is very narrow, you know, and you can't get two trucks side by side. I mean, yeah, that needs to be a little bit wider. However, you know, you got the airport on one side, you got people on the other. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other parties that have a question of this witness? Seeing none, Mr. Murphy, what else do you have?
Nothing further.
Okay. The board have any questions or comments for the applicant?
I don't.
I don't.
My only confirmation, or I guess question is, so you're going to pay for the road improvements that were listed in Dan's letter, and you went through Stony Lane to Landisville Road, that intersection, the burn house of, Easton and
Old Easton.
Old Easton and
Landisville.
Landisville, and there's one more,
Stony Lane and Landisville.
Stony Lane and Landisville, and you will pick up the cost of improving those intersections.
Yeah, as is in Dan's letter, and we've talked about it before, we are proposing to take those dollars, which we have otherwise been obligated to improve Coldstream Creamery, and transfer them over. That's not enough to cover what we talked about doing, but we will pick up all of that cost, yes.
24 feet to.
Yes, 28 feet. 24 travel, 2-foot shoulders on either side.
But only half Stony Lane, not the top.
Okay. That's good.
You have anything else?
I don't, not for this.
All right. I'm sorry, I see a hand. Are you a party, sir?
Well, you know, Mr. Solicitor, I didn't realize we weren't going to be able to ask questions about land development, so I am requesting party status now.
Well, it's a little late. We'll get there.
Well, wait.
No, I'm not waiting, sir. Please wait.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let's get, wait, hold on. Just speak.
I want on the record,
You can put it on the record that you asked, and you can put on the record that I deny it because you're asking too late.
I don't know who this is.
Okay, folks, Johnny, you okay? You want a break?
Let's take a break.
Okay, so we're gonna take about a 10-minute break, so the court reporter.
She can't keep typing for hours, she just
You need
needs
to
a
give her a
break.
break. She just wants her break.
Oh my God. You want some water? Yeah.
This is not right, the way Craig is treating our residents. I just want to know, like, I feel like he's attacking us. We are the residents. Like,
I know, I'm a resident too, I do, sir. Well, I do, trust me.
It's just not
you're
appropriate.
doing well. I know, but,
Rather be home sitting watching the Phillies game or something.
I mean, I heard you.
They played today, didn't they? They played earlier
So,
today?
I
get those alerts that bother me all day.
to say, you know, this procedure wasn't like this. It is a legal procedure. It is to not for so everybody's going to get out.
Getting comfortable with Buckingham?
Everybody's going to get out.
Are you just getting
He's
comfortable?
he's allowed to attack us.
Yeah, I know.
Like, that's not appropriate.
But it's also not right for people to yell, no, great, she can't keep typing.
Oh, I know, I'm fine with that.
So it's,
But
that's why I'm
he is
just trying
attacking,
to all of us
he is
have order.
attacking the residents. That is not appropriate.
Listen, we're going to get through this. I'm here for the long haul to get this done. Believe me.
But his attitude towards residents, that should be taken up as a legal issue. If he is intimidating residents, I am gonna talk to a lawyer about that.
Everybody, as far as this procedure,
You're our representative, you should be putting stop to this. You should not let this guy
Attack
whoever
us.
he is, like we held us
Solicitor.
he is.
I hear what you're saying, but I just need to, like, we also need, like, people that are parties ask questions. So when someone says, I want to ask a question about a party, it throws everything into chaos. Because they will be acting in law. I promise you, everybody's going to get an opportunity.
When this is filibustering.
This is not filibustering. This is the process of what it is.
Exactly.
You know, I'm here for the long haul. I'm here too. I'm a neighbor. I'm here too. No one's trying to stall anything. If it doesn't finish now, it's going to be 2 other meetings. I want to get this over with, and we're going to get it done.
But it can't, if people are leaving and they don't have the opportunity, it should be extended into September then. It should be, because we voted for you to have our interests. And it does not seem that way to us.
Let me tell you something. Everything in Buckingham, I look at personal history of, and I've never visited with the residents. That's why everybody lives here. I'm dead to trust, that's why I live here with other people.
But you're not impacted.
On a completely separate topic, on a completely separate topic, with the escrow release, does that mean we're good with the change order, or do you have some comments?
Just ask Craig to stop attacking us.
Rebecca's been on that case.
I wanted to just get the money.
Yeah, okay.
We're worried about.
All right.
We'll get you that.
It helps if we all respect each other.
Probably the commission. Passes through them next month, but.
Yeah, okay.
I get it.
You know, and we should be getting the as-bills for that back soon. They just put the sod down, so now we'll be able to finalize the PCSM as-bill to get it.
There's that one area that just.
But this is a process.
And I kept saying, you're supposed to put sod, you know.
Me, you have it looks like this, and I'm like, listen, it's just like this, you know.
It's crooked, I have to say that.
I'm gonna run to the restroom.
No, I get it, but I thought I would ask since the.
I'm gonna go to the restroom, so I don't waste time.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, all right, thanks.
You know. I know.
How you doing, sir? That's great.
And I don't.
Is there any other type of contentious hearing?
I know.
some reason I keep thinking you're gonna fall live.
People are getting hungry. That's right, you tell them that. I'm scared. I was
I think Greg's still in the bathroom.
Maggie? I told him, Jill,
Not on this writer. I have software. I have all instruction back here. I take it out. I leave it in I have some dictionary. I make some machine. I have
I hear the Is that what made you humble?
Oh my God.
That's everything. It's the one.
I don't watch this show on I don't know whether
No, I see Is he outside or is he back?
No, he's back there.
Ready? Okay, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, we're gonna get started. Okay.
Put your evidence in, and that's what we're gonna do. Okay? If you don't think I'm being nice, I apologize, but I gotta get this all in, and done, and we're gonna do it right.
I got your, Lauren. Thank you. Lauren. Laura. Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna put it here, I assume it's coming up here.
I'll get out of the way.
Yeah, so,
We're gonna present from the podium.
you want to present from the podium? Okay, fine, then you can do that.
Can we
Let's
finish?
know where we were.
Wait, Mr. Solicitor, can we finish?
Yes.
So,
Doesn't say a thing.
so,
Oh, he can go on the record and say anything he wants to say.
Just wants to go on the record. No.
Who might ask?
okay, so my name is John Scutellas, Skoutelas. I live on Arbor Lane, off of Landisville Road. I guess I live about a mile from the property. I'm also the vice president of the Landisville Homeowners Association, Landisville Homeowners Association. The board had asked me to be here to represent their interests as well. The reason I am asking for
No,
parking
no,
space
no,
today.
no, no. You wanted to go. You want, you know what? Hold on, hold on. First of all, no. I wanted to just say one thing. I wanted to say it from the beginning. This review is being conducted as a hearing because of, it's important, we felt really important for everything to be on the record and every entity is going to speak. After everything's presented, you can speak and our residents can speak and offer your, questions and comments, so.
And you won't tell us it's too late like you tried to do
No.
before?
Thank you, Supervisor,
I'll-
because you mentioned what's unusual to me here. I am used to zoning hearing boards where there's a record and only parties can ask questions. I'm used to conditional use hearings where only parties can ask questions. This seems highly unusual to me. We're in a land development process at a public meeting. We can't ask questions of the expert as he's up here on the stand.
You will be able to ask questions, so who's next?
I think that, the No Warehouse folks are ready to go, so, are you ready, Mr. Baker?
Give me a second.
Okay, give me a second.
You gonna have a hard stop or just gonna keep going?
I'm gonna give you all
Just for you guys.
Everybody's gonna get a chance.
We're doing a hard stop. So.
Oh, gotcha.
We're stopping at 11.
Gotcha.
Stop, you look like.
Did he text
Mm-hmm.
the work before?
Yeah, he came in before, right? Or he came in and checked back and forth.
He didn't bring his laptop with him when he came in.
Oh.
He just came in, saw the connection, and said, oh yeah, that will work.
Oh.
Who's in?
Can we help him in any way?
I mean, whenever I plug in the HDMI, it just goes black.
Greg, can you possibly help him? Can you possibly help him?
Well, if that's your only one.
Who's computer?
Plug in the That's the controller.
I don't know who's scouting.
What's that?
The controller's beside Matt, and let him just turn it off and back on.
Yeah.
Greg, turn it off and on. No, the projector maybe? It was my father you hit with a hammer.
I don't know. Every time I plug it in, it just goes black.
Is the projector on again?
It's rebooting.
Okay.
It's rebooted.
I don't know. I plug it in and the screen goes black. It's not transferring. It just goes black. Which is fine, but it's just going blue.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out.
There you go, that's up and up there.
Yep, and then I think they need to change the input from the computer input. No, there's nothing you could do on.
Take the white remote control,
Yeah,
turn it to
this right
HDMI.
here.
HDMI.
I don't know where I'm pointing this thing at.
Up here on the wall.
Right
Or
on
up
the
the ceiling.
ceiling there.
Oh, okay, right on.
Because it's going into.
And the computer's a different, cutout usually.
It goes. See, that's why they're using. That's why it's plugged in the computer, not HDMI.
We also doing a Mac.
Yeah.
I use an active cord out there.
I'm not as fluid.
Have a file you can mail you.
I didn't bring, I should have even.
No, I wanted if you could make it back, email it to one of these other engineers, not email it to all of us. And look at it.
Yeah, so try
Hmm?
I don't know when we go back.
Yeah,
I never do straight.
I would have brought mine.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the remote for, yeah, I don't want to mess anything up.
Yeah, I don't know. Here?
No, we weren't allowed. We weren't allowed to. What?
We did a rehearsal yesterday at Mike's house, but not here.
Yes, he came here.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay, I didn't know. Maggie asked me if I did. I didn't know at his house. I didn't know here.
No, he came. But they're not.
They got it's cool. I want it.
It just dumped.
Yeah, Luke is letting me borrow.
What, he just had his phone or something? I guess so.
Well, yeah. Just good. Is it back up?
They always stole.
It worked last.
Oh, no, he'll be bouncing around.
Is Luke's now not? I don't think it's sourced computer, I sourced HDMI. It was hooked up a moment ago.
I think Mike's right there in the back. Instead of acting.
But now Luke's is not. Chinese? I have my Zoom guy who can help them again.
Okay.
But then, yeah.
I was gonna say, I was right at the door and I saw everything established. I was like, oh, I'm good.
Well, I think he tried to use his.
Okay.
Okay, go back.
So we're good.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it might just be. I actually don't.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, who's Mike? It's in Mike and
You can sit here if you want. That's it. But thank you for offering.
Whatever you want.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all set. I'm going to hand it off to various members of the Stop the Warehouse group. They're going to be giving presentations. They asked if, just let them get through their presentation and then they'll, accept questions after that. That being said, regarding my feeling that this is not a true hearing, it shouldn't be a true hearing, I'm not going to allow my witnesses, or my people to be cross-examined by Mr. Murphy. I think it's appropriate for the board to ask questions, for the township to ask clarifications, but I'm not going to subject them like a witness at a hearing to a cross-examination. I just want to put that out at the beginning. So I'm going to
You
start.
can put that out there. I disagree with you, but you've got on the record for it, so if it goes up, the judge will know what you've done.
Yes, exactly. We don't make that decision, I understand. Mr. Baker will start, and then he will
Okay,
kind
why
of
don't
be,
why don't we swear all your people?
yes, that's fine.
Don,
No.
are you gonna
Yeah,
swear in
everyone-
this young
everyone
lady?
speaking for the
Where?
warehouse group, please stand up, raise your hand, you'll be sworn by the court reporter.
Okay, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And then if you could just give your name and address as you come up to speak. Absolutely. Mr. Bateman.
Lori, do you want names written down? You had said that earlier, Lori?
Donna would like that, yes.
When you come
So
up,
for people that are speaking, please write down your name on this pad of paper for the court reporter.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Bateman, Tall Oak Court. I am the chair of the No Buckingham Warehouse Steering Committee. If there's any press here that would like a press kit, just please let us know at the end. I do have press kits for everyone at the end of the presentation. And it's exactly what we'll be presenting here tonight, and we'll be leaving with all of the supervisors.
You also have one of those that's going to be your presentation that we can include in the record that we're making here tonight?
Every single person up there has one of these. We'll get one of these.
Okay, thank you.
So, if there's any press that wants this, let me know. Tonight, we're going to show you exactly why this project should be denied. This project was submitted under the wrong zoning designation, has been assisted through the process by Buckingham Township under the table, and worst of all, we are being misled by this board through baseless, fear-mongering tactics. First, a quick timeline as to how we've arrived at tonight. In July of 2023, a neighbor, Jeff Glaubert, alerted me to plans for a 150,000 square foot warehouse on the Buckingham Township website. I didn't know Jeff at the time, so I investigated and discovered that these plans for a truck terminal had been in development for months. As early as February 22nd, 2023, the supervisor's work session minutes show that Mr. Murphy, the lawyer representing the developer, stated that the township staff were on board, agreements were signed, and they expected a fully engineered plan by mid to late April of 2023. Only 1 week later, the March 1st, 2023 Planning Commission minutes show Mr. Murphy asked for positive comments, and Mr. Fowles, then Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, replied, quote, "It's blooming great," end quote. Ms. Mailing, Chair and current Chair of the Planning Commission, agreed that it looked good. It was clear this project was being fast-tracked without any public knowledge. Once I exposed it on social media, public outcry led to the quick withdrawal of plans on July 28th, citing a need for, quote, "evaluation, review, and potential revision," end quote. The withdrawal letter goes on to say, further, we will advise if and when the plans will be ready for resubmission and reconsideration, end quote. As Mr. John Forrest often likes to point out, last year, I ran against him for Township Supervisor. On December 20th, 2023, only 1 month after Mr. Forrest's narrow re-election and the re-election of Commissioner DiGirolamo, the landowner for this project, identical plans for the project were resubmitted to the township. This prompted me and Jeff Glauber to dig even deeper. At a lunch meeting, Mr. Rogerson of J.G. Petrucci, up here in the blue coat, admitted that the plans were withdrawn and resubmitted by request timed around the election. So, Mr. Rogerson, are any of those individuals that asked for this in this room tonight? No? Okay. Thanks for calling. Our community rallied, forming a community action group where over 1,600 members on social media have gathered thousands of petition signatures and raised over $20,000 and hired an attorney to protect the best interests of the residents of Buckingham. We also discovered that the project was misclassified as a G3 storage warehouse instead of the G6 truck terminal that it is. The G6 truck terminal is not allowed on this land, and for good reason. For starters, the infrastructure and roads cannot handle it. The timeline I just laid out shows that our leaders praised this project when no one was paying attention. But now, with hundreds of residents here tonight opposing it, the spotlight is finally on them to support us. Mr. Forrest actually summed it up quite well in his speech condemning me for raising awareness on this project last year in July. He said, quote, that local government and elections should be about neighbors helping neighbors. It shouldn't be about scaring one's neighbors, end quote. But if we were to go by the letter released last week by the supervisors, then fear-mongering and scare tactics is exactly what this board seems to be all about. The supervisors have noted that the property has been for sale on and off for years. And there's a reason for that. The township is trying to scare us by claiming that there might be a less desirable project proposed that fits the zoning should this truck terminal be denied. As recently as last week, they have posted a letter continuing to threaten all sorts of unsightly projects. The reason none of these projects have succeeded before and won't in the future is because the landowner is asking too much money for this land for any one of these projects to even be profitable. And even if one did, a different project may be more unsightly, but it will be hard to come by one that would be more dangerous to our residents and neighbors. In addition, the supervisors have recently claimed that the landowner has a pending application with the zoning hearing board that, if approved, would allow a nearly 900,000 square foot warehouse. So let's be real here, this should never be approved. And if it is, it points to another failure of this board. If Mr. DiGirolamo believes that 35% of 60 acres doesn't allow for reasonable space for development, he ought to be kicked out of office for incompetence. Lastly, this board has recently tried to incite fear and intimidation by threatening residents that should this project be denied, the developer could sue Buckingham Township. They could claim that current zoning doesn't allow for a truck terminal anywhere in the township and as a result would allow one anywhere. Two things about this. If our zoning laws have a hole in them, which means that you didn't prepare correctly to begin with, fix them before you get sued about them. And secondly, should the township lose a case like this, which would take years to finish, and fail to find a cure to this amendment, this does not give the developer carte blanche to build anything and everything. The developer only has the right to build what was proposed, nothing more, nothing less. And one last thing. Please stop telling people that our neighbors are emailing you asking that the board take action before the project has had due process. The majority of emails sent requested that you vote no, which means that you have heard the case and voted. Here are all of the emails that you have had, since it doesn't seem like you actually have read them. I'll leave them with you tonight. Mr. Forrest.
Read everyone.
We're not afraid of you or the board's scare tactics. We're all scared that you and your fellow supervisors won't do the right thing and deny this truck terminal. Our steering committee will now go in depth as to why this board must vote no on this project. Like Mr. Nelson said earlier, we'll take questions from the board at the end of our presentation. First is going to be Jen Pothoff to share concerns about road and water safety.
Jen, would you please give your name too, so?
Yeah, I'll spell it. 1 second, I'm a lot shorter than mine. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Alright, I thought that was a mistake, but I'll hold it this way. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pothoff. The last name is spelled Potthoff. And as many of you know, I live in the former schoolhouse built in 1857 on Church School Road. I am honored to speak today on behalf of the Stop the Warehouse group, a coalition of residents against this development, the development of this truck terminal. Unlike the current landowner and Bucks County Commissioner Eugene DiGirolamo and developer J.G. Petrucci, we live here, and our coalition of neighbors care about preserving the history and quality of life and safety here in Buckingham, Plumstead, and Doylestown. Our coalition is not political, and we have a strong representation across all political affiliations in our group. I just want to start by saying I've been personally shocked at the support some of the township supervisors and their advisors, Craig Smith and Dan Gray in particular, have shown for the developer throughout this process. They like to talk about due diligence. Well, due diligence means listening to both sides objectively. I would like to ask the supervisors and their advisors to really listen tonight without prejudice and to stop attacking the Buckingham neighbors and stop defending the developer, J.G. Petrucci. Your bias is obvious, and if the vote should approve this truck terminal, the 20,000 members of Team Buckingham will remember that the supervisors and their advisors showed their loyalty to Team Petrucci. Today, I will present the concerns we have regarding the impact on the safety of our township's 20,000 residents if this truck terminal is built. These concerns include road safety, water and air safety, and increased crime. According to J.G. Petrucci's plans that have been presented since February of this year at the Planning Commission meetings, the truck terminal will bring 90 tractor-trailer trips per day onto the narrow roads of Buckingham, past our homes, schools, camps, and parks. In addition to the trucks, the plans include 167 parking spaces for dozens of employees to enter the terminal off of Burnt House Hill Road. Many of these employees can be expected to come from outside of our area. First, I want to talk about road safety. Introducing 90 tractor-trailer trips and an estimated 186 employee trips per day onto our local roads significantly increases the traffic on our narrow local roads. Our primary concern is the safety of the 20,000 Buckingham residents. Just to help put this in perspective, 90 tractor-trailer trips per day equates to approximately 10 tractor-trailer trips per hour on our rural roads. The 90 tractor-trailer trips per day equates to 450 trips per week, or 23,000 tractor-trailer trips per year. That is an additional 23,000 tractor-trailer trips sharing the roads on which our children also wait for school buses. On the short stretch of Landisville Road between John Dyer Way and Old Easton Road, school buses make 14 stops daily to pick up children. This is the segment of the road that is proposed for all truck traffic. It is important to note that the road here does not have any sidewalk or curbing, and that the children stand on their front lawns or driveways to wait. Any one of the annual 23,000 truck trips could result in the injury or death of one of our residents, including children, as a result of these large trucks on our rural roads. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation, 54% of fatal crashes involve large trucks on rural roads, and 87% occur on weekdays. The reasons for these truck crashes include not knowing the road when drivers aren't aware of the local roads, including the road or traffic patterns. It can cause drivers the inability to anticipate the road ahead. Unexpected hazards. When drivers are surprised by an unexpected hazard, such as an animal or person, including children, crossing the road, it can lead to a crash. Distracted driving. When drivers participate in texting or other driving while driving or other types of distracted driving, it could cause them to be involved in a head-on collision. And finally, speeding or taking a turn
Let me
too
just
fast.
stop you. Are you okay with this, Donna, or is it too fast?
It's okay.
Okay, keep going, I'm sorry.
I can also give you this printout.
Okay, that'd be good.
Yeah, you'll get this at the end. I'll give you all this. Speeding, taking a turn too fast. When drivers take a bend in the road at higher speeds, it can cause them to lose control and cross over the center line or drive off the road. We have measured and analyzed the roads that the developer is suggesting trucks use to enter and exit the truck terminal. The width of Stony Lane is 23 feet and the width of Landisville Road is 21 feet. The width of a tractor trailer, including its side mirrors, is 9 feet. When you include 3 feet between the two passing trucks for clearance, there's only 2 inches left on Landisville Road. When these trucks pass, there is the risk of knocking a road cyclist off the road or even hitting a resident pedestrian who may not be aware of the law that Dan Gray proudly informed us forbids residents from walking on our local roads, including in front of our homes.
Got you on that one, buddy.
As you can also see from the next slide, tractor trailers struggle making turns on our local rural roads. The alternative will be for the township to turn our rural roads into wider highway width roads, which will ultimately have additional truck traffic and higher speeds and result even further in the detriment to the quality of life here in Buckingham. This also says nothing about what such road widening will cost the township residents. Moving on to water and air safety. The dangers of diesel exhaust have been studied for decades. It is proven that exposure to diesel causes headaches, dizziness, and irritation to the eyes, nose, and throat. Long-term exposure can increase the risk of cardiovascular, cardiopulmonary, and respiratory disease, including asthma, heart, and lung disease, including lung cancer. Buckingham's 20,000 residents have a right to clean air and water. Truck terminals have a negative impact on the local water due to water consumption. Truck terminals use a lot of water. We should assume this development will use significant amounts of local water. Storm runoff. Warehouses and distribution centers create impervious surfaces which as pavement and buildings, such as pavements and buildings, which increase stormwater runoff. This can lead to more frequent and intense flooding, which can inundate streets, creeks, and storm sewers. Water quality. Large parking lots and buildings can create acres of impervious surface that can act as a conduit for contaminants such as car fluids and oil to enter streams. As water flows downstream, it can also pick up salt and warm up, which can further impact ecosystems and human communities. Research suggests that when impervious cover in a watershed reaches 10%, stream health can rapidly decline and sensitive species can disappear. Finally, hazardous materials. And this was before Maggie, I wrote this obviously before tonight, but I am gonna still cover hazardous materials. According to the developer, the proposed truck terminal is a speculative design with no specific tenant lined up, and therefore they cannot guarantee who will use the truck terminal and what will be stored there. If the ultimate user decides to store hazardous materials there, these hazardous materials will be in the trucks on our roads near our homes. During transportation, mishandling of hazardous materials can cause combustion, explosion, leakage, or poison of radioactive materials and other accidents, which can pose a major threat to personal property and environmental safety of the public. We just saw Monday in New Jersey where a truck explosion caused the evacuation of an entire neighborhood as residents ran to flee multiple explosions. The siding was melting off their homes. According to the owner of that truck, it was loaded with flammable and corrosive but non-toxic materials. So we do need to be careful. Just to say it's not hazardous, you could still have flammable, flammable materials that could cause significant danger to any one of our homes if a truck exploded on one of our local roads. Finally, I want to discuss the increase in crime. Crime near warehouses in the U.S. has been a growing concern, influenced by various factors such as location, security measures, and the value of stored goods. The types of crime near warehouses include theft. Warehouses are prime targets for theft due to the high value and volume of goods stored. Thieves often target electronic, pharmaceutical, and other high-value items. Vandalism. Warehouses may experience vandalism, which can include graffiti, breaking windows, and other forms of property damage. Cargo theft. This specific type of theft involves stealing goods directly from trucks or containers before they even enter the warehouse. And finally, smuggling and illegal storage. Some warehouses may be used for storing illegal goods, including narcotics and contraband. As a result of the increased crime, warehouse owners often add very high security fences and work with local law enforcement. Are we to assume that our local police will now be distracted protecting this warehouse instead of local residents? In closing, I want to encourage our Buckingham Township supervisors, our neighbors, to listen to the concerns of Buckingham residents. Our coalition is listening, and we know that there is strong opposition to building a truck terminal like this in our community. We demand the supervisors listen to our concerns and stop the truck terminal. Show us your loyalty as to Team Buckingham. To quote the local Bucks County historian Jennifer Rogers, "It has never been more important to preserve this county's history. As the construction of new buildings, historic grounds, and structures sadly meet their tragic demise, it is up to us to save Bucks County's history." And I would add, Buckingham is the heart of Bucks County, and we must preserve it. And now I'd like to pass it over to Victoria.
Well, hold on. Does the board have any questions of Jennifer?
Thanks, Jennifer, for your statement.
And I'll give you my notes at the end. Oh, yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Murphy, I know that Mr. Nelson has said he's not allowing cross-examination. Do you desire any questions of that witness just for the
Just
record?
note that. Just
Okay.
note Peter's response.
Okay, fine. Please, go ahead and give us your name and proceed.
Victoria Bresnahan, Landisville Road, Buckingham Township. At the last planning commission meeting, the Stop the Warehouse group showed that two homeowners' wells are within 1,000 feet of the proposed truck terminal, one at 57 feet and the other at 115 feet away. While that alone is concerning, what I'm presenting tonight is yet another massive red flag that we believe was missed during the review process. Back in the early 2000s, a significant drought plus increased new home construction construction put pressure on the township's available water supply. Boring in the area was conducted to identify additional water sources near the Cold Spring Creamery Road network, which still serves homes today. During that search, an additional strong aquifer source was identified in the land between the DiGirolamo Tract and Landisville Road. This Young's Farm Reserve well remains in place today, as the former supervisors involved in this process realized that it could be put to future public use if necessary. At the end of this process, the decision was made to restore an existing well on Cold Spring Creamery Road due to its proximity to existing tanks and other infrastructure. The exact location of this important reserve well is on property that the township is a part owner of and sits approximately 790 feet from the DiGirolamo Tract as measured by Google Earth. Now, as a reminder, Buckingham Township zoning requires that wells used for drinking water must be 1,000 feet or greater from any truck terminal. The Pennsylvania DEP has also advised us that this specific well is a prolific aquifer, making it a valuable potential resource for the township and its people. The site is also close to homeowner wells serving the John Dyer neighborhood and Camp Curiosity in Plumstead. We also know that these aquifers are likely interconnected. While this well is not in use today, the DEP also reported to us that it was never cement-filled, further indicating that it was held for potential future use by the township. In its 2022 Buckingham Township Water Quality Report, the township stated, and I quote, "Since all of the water in Buckingham Township is provided by groundwater wells located around the township, it should be looked upon as a local resource that needs to be protected." I asked the supervisors, was this critical reserve well and its location considered during any part of the review process? And if you move to approve this truck terminal, can you explain to your neighbors gathered here tonight why you're willing to put such an important resource in jeopardy? Jeff Lauber is up next with his findings. Thank you.
Before you step down, does the board have any questions?
Yeah, that well went in over 20 years ago. There's never been intention to use that well.
We were talking about construction from 20 years ago, so it's fair game, right?
Former Supervisor Shea.
Hold on. Does the board have any other questions?
It's just an
And again, Mr. Murphy, would you have any questions for her?
Supervisors.
Excuse me, hold on.
Wait.
Mr. Murphy, would you have any questions for
I
Lady?
would, just like the privateness, but since I'm prohibited, I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Mr. Nelson will allow you. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Jeff Glauber, Swinbrook Circle, Buckingham, GLOUPER. Tonight, I'm pleased to report that we're going to pass the baton in terms of focusing attention on the exact specifics with regard to the building design of what Petrucci has proposed. This is, of course, what causes the obvious zoning conflict for them. We will have a close-in neighbor to the DiGirolamo Tract for this piece, who we found as we were talking to countless residents about what had been proposed. We met fortuitously in the weeks after the May 1st Planning Commission meeting. His experience makes him uniquely qualified. Before introducing and turning the floor over to Tim, there are 3 key points related to this Petrucci proposal that I want to make sure are understood. First, as you'll recall, I brought to the attention of the Township Planning Commission at their May 1st meeting to the fact that the Petrucci proposal by Buckingham zoning definition is in fact a G6 truck terminal and not G3 wholesale storage, warehousing, and use. Let me once again read straight from the Buckingham zoning ordinance defining a G6 truck terminal on page 81. A G6 truck terminal is, quote, a use of land or structures for the storage of trucks or the transfer of freight from one truck to another, excluding the transfer or storage of solid waste. It also goes on to state importantly that short-term warehousing may be permitted under this use. We reviewed the implications of this as the fact that the Buckingham zoning requirements also state that a truck terminal must be situated on an arterial highway, which the surrounding roads aren't, and the fact that a truck terminal can't sit within 1,000 feet of an existing well. Such placement limitations do not apply to the G3 warehouse storage end use that Petrucci submitted their misrepresented plans to the township using. To quote that definition for warehouse storage on page 80. A commercial building for storage of goods or merchandise used by manufacturers, importers, exporters, wholesalers, transport businesses, customs, etc. They may provide loading docks to load and unload trucks. The key words here are for storage of goods and merchandise. Okay? Also, unlike that of truck terminal, the word transfer, importantly, does not appear in the township's warehouse storage and use definition. I also cited two immediate neighbors' wells that Victoria also spoke to, 57 feet and 115 feet respectively. And Victoria brought more attention to this tonight with revealing that the township's own reserve well, a key potential Buckingham future resource, sits only 790 feet from the DiGirolamo property. The key pieces at the May 1st Planning Commission meeting by which we clearly showed the submission to be a truck terminal were both the specifics of the Petrucci stated design and its expected truck traffic. And we also provided a white paper by Jones Lang LaSalle, JLL, a recognized leader in commercial real estate. Their white paper speaks to the specifics of what, in their definition, characterizes a truck terminal. There also shouldn't be any remaining question out of that meeting on the credibility of JLL in the commercial real estate area. But if there might be any, we can now clearly see why they shouldn't come from J.G. Petrucci. On June 3rd of 2024, just this year, after the recent Planning Commission meeting, JLL issued a press release saying that they have a joint venture partnership with Petrucci for the financing of a different large warehouse and distribution center in Bucks County, this one in the town of West Rock Hill. This relationship is pre-existing. With JLL clearly a joint venture partner of Petrucci, isn't it interesting that Petrucci didn't bring a JLL representative to our meeting tonight for JLL to then refute our argument that Petrucci's Buckingham design isn't a truck terminal? I find it hard to believe that JLL would consider refuting their own white paper definition. For your reference, we are again providing you a copy of the 2021 JLL truck terminal definitional document. Second, I feel it really important tonight to bring some additional perspective to the parties at play in this proposal and their interests, especially one that residents haven't heard from at any township meetings related to this project. I'm here to tell you that the Bucks County Airport Authority, Doylestown Airport, is also behind the scenes on this Petrucci proposal. And I want to speak for a moment about their objectives, about their obvious interests. One already discussed, and one important one not. As we know, the deal that Petrucci has crafted for DiGirolamo would give their company egress rights to build a truck road across the Airport Authority's land down to Stony Lane. Egress is of course not ownership, but would likely be forever access rights across their land. Why would the Airport Authority do this? Well, in 2004, they purchased this pictured 35-acre tract of land that surrounds the beautiful Boyce farmhouse and barn. Today, the Airport Authority rents out that land as a working sod farm. The Airport Authority land sits on Cold Spring Creamery Road with its official frontage on Stony Lane. We've, of course, already discussed and seen pictures of the large tract of huge trees on the approach to their runway that the Airport Authority would thereby secure ownership to through DiGirolamo, and that they would then clear cut to avoid the need for future pruning. This is what has been spoken to by Petrucci as the expected outcome. There is, though, another important reason, and to this point unspoken, that we believe that the Airport Authority is so eager to see this truck road built. And it's intertwined with this Petrucci proposal. The Airport Authority land is zoned industrial PI2. As the Petrucci proposal was already being discussed in the Township building, the Airport Authority came to Buckingham Township Supervisors meeting on September 18, 2022, and secured from you approval for the subdivision of this land for commercial use. It was decided that there would be two plots created, one 25 acres to be sold, and one 9 acres to be retained for airport site distance requirements. At that meeting, it was reported that both sides jointly decided that they wait until the exact placement of this truck road is finalized before it's determined where the exact plots would sit. I'm here to tell you tonight is that if this truck road is allowed to be built across the Airport Authority-owned land, that the 90 tractor-trailer trips per day that Petrucci's is anticipating is just the beginning as to what will hit Stony Lane just beyond the Boyce home. Whatever industry comes to this new plot, whether it includes truck, van, or car traffic, the Airport Authority can be expected to then also allow such traffic to be routed onto their new truck road. Coincidentally or not, Mr. Glitzer, here tonight of Gilmore Associates with Petrucci, was also at this 2022 meeting, as his firm was there to discuss their work for the Airport Authority. One would have to expect that if and when this additional subdivision is finalized, if the truck road should be approved, the Airport Authority won't want to have to secure approval for an access cut to be made on the Cold Spring Creamery Road, a PennDOT road, or an additional one on the Stony Lake. In essence, the Airport Authority won't likely need anyone else's approval to put such entry-exit access onto their truck road that already sits on their own property. Approving the truck road now likely also becomes the exit path for this large 20-acre, already supervisor-approved Airport Authority commercial property subdivision. Third, and the last important point that I want to make, is that Coolbaugh Township, Pennsylvania, in Monroe County, which sits just 62 miles from Buckingham to the north, recently faced an amazingly similar sequence of developer-driven events to what has transpired here. There's a lot to be seen and learned, and I want to give you a bit of color. In Coolbaugh, in 2022, a developer submitted a proposal to the township for a large new distribution center that was submitted under the town's warehouse zoning definition. It also wasn't cross-docked by design. After submission to the township, it was sent to their zoning commission for their consideration. After significant resident opposition, the zoning board in November 2022 agreed with the residents, deciding that should have instead been submitted under their distribution center truck terminal zoning definition, which isn't a permitted end use in the proposed location. The zoning hearing board stated that the developer, quote, failed to present evidence that this proposed use of the property was a warehouse as defined in the zoning ordinance. The developer then sued Coolbaugh Township, and in January of 2024, the appellate court at Monroe County Court of Common Pleas made their final decision, agreeing with the township zoning board. While the exact zoning wording of a warehouse and truck terminal might differ slightly between Coolbaugh and Buckingham, we take confidence, though, in our position, knowing that this close-by court precedent has just recently been set. It clearly shows the importance for a developer to use appropriate and correct zoning when filing such submissions. And it also highlights the importance of a township using their zoning board in the decision-making role. In the Buckingham Township Facebook post made just last Friday, it was stated, and I quote, Buckingham Township is bound to review the land development application under the use applied for, which in this case is for a warehouse. Under our system of government, individuals and property owners have rights that cannot simply be swept aside by the will of an advocacy group. Well, this Coolbaugh example clearly shows that the town has the power to successfully oppose and reject the developer's submitted end-use choice for their plan. I'm providing you copies of 3 recent news articles related to this case and the final court decision. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Glover. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Glover?
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, I do. The warehouse in Cuba, how big was it?
It was about 400,000 square feet, was not cross-docked. It was located just adjacent to major roads.
I'm looking in their local newspaper and it says 4.5 million square feet.
No, you're mistaken. I've got the articles as evidence
Good.
submitted.
Yeah.
496,000 square feet, 96 truck doors is what you will find.
And Jeff, how, You posted on Facebook after the planning commission meeting that this building was 250,000 square feet.
John, I don't know what you're speaking to.
Here, come on up here and look at this.
Mike, can you pass that to me? I'm sorry.
It's a post that you did right after the planning commission meeting.
Questions or concerns?
Mike, make sure you don't run out of those.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
This is a different,
we
this is a
can
different
scan it.
warehouse. I don't know what's your comparison? I don't understand.
you're
This is not
talking,
Cool Bar.
what's that?
This is not Cool Bar.
I know, that's the Buckingham warehouse. I'll take my clipboard back.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
saying-
understand your point.
That it was never 250,000 square feet.
It's a typo, John.
It's a typo,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Okay, okay, it's a typo. 100,000 square foot typo.
I did make a try. John, I did make a typo. I apologize.
Does the board have any other questions,
No.
Mr. Barber? No?
Thank you.
Would you have any questions if you were allowed to question him? Sure. Okay. But again, Mr. Phelps, just to be clear, you're not allowing your witnesses to be cross-examined or asked questions by the developer applicant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
96 docks.
Well, that's a truck terminal.
Yeah, 460,000 square feet, 96 docks.
Not crossed out.
We're ready?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Good evening, Tim Cathers, 4070 North Mallard Lane. Last name Cathers.
What was your address again? I'm sorry.
4070 North Mallard Lane. I was born in Doylestown and lived in Buckingham since 2002 with my wife Michelle and our 4 children who attend Central Bucks schools. I also have 32 years in the transportation, logistics, and distribution industries, including having held senior executive positions for a national trucking company, regional trucking company, several distribution companies, and a third-party logistics company. Like many of my neighbors, I only recently learned about the proposed, quote, warehouse. When most people hear the word warehouse, they envision a quiet rectangular building with very little activity. Having worked in the logistics industry for over 30 years, I looked into the details of the proposal, and it was immediately obvious to me that this was not a warehouse. Tonight I will share my analysis of this project from an industry perspective and demonstrate that this building is designed as a truck terminal for regional distribution or last mile delivery operations, not for long-term storage warehousing. Logistics is a field that uses specialized terminology, acronyms, and jargon. It includes technical terms and other expressions that people within the industry understand and use freely, but can make communication more difficult for others. I'm going to start my presentation by reviewing industry definitions of a warehouse and truck terminal, demonstrate how the proposed building is clearly designed for use as a truck terminal, review similarly designed J.G. Petrucci projects advertised as e-commerce fulfillment centers and, quote, ideal for last mile delivery operations, unquote. I will close with the operational challenges of hours of service and inbound driver control that will negatively impact the Buckingham community. Definitions. A warehouse is a building primarily used for long-term indoor storage. A key distinction of a warehouse is that it does not have any value-added activities typical of distribution and e-commerce fulfillment centers, such as breaking down large orders into smaller orders, packaging, and order fulfillment. A warehouse requires very few truck loading doors because the inventory is stored for long periods of time. This definition is consistent.
I'm sorry, the feedback, I can see on his face, is not.
Is somebody's mic on up front?
Maybe don't, not so, quite so close to the microphone.
Greg, it's yours, turn yours down, again. When you spoke, the feedback came up again, turn yours down again.
Just, I don't know.
This definition is consistent with the Buckingham zoning ordinance provision that describes warehousing as, quote, storage of goods or merchandise. By contrast, a truck terminal is a building where inbound trucks are assigned doors to unload goods, products, cargo, materials, and or freight. Cargo is broken down or aggregated into smaller or larger loads for transfer to
You know
other
what, you're
trucks.
gonna have to slow down, please.
I'm gonna give you a copy.
Well, you still need to slow down, so.
Okay, I'll still slow down.
I'm gonna literally hand you this out.
Thank you.
Let me back up.
Alright.
So in contrast to a warehouse for long-term storage, a truck terminal is a building where inbound trucks are assigned doors to unload goods, products, cargo, materials, or freight. Cargo is broken down or aggregated into smaller or larger loads for transfer to other trucks. Materials are stored for short periods of time. Truck terminals require more loading doors than warehouses because inventory moves in and out of the building at a much faster rate than a storage warehouse. Prior to the rise of e-commerce, warehouses used to be small in number and large in size. Products were moved by trucking companies. With the rapid rise of e-commerce in the past 15 years, increasing numbers of warehouse buildings, quote-unquote warehouse buildings, are being designated and built with more loading doors and are designed for rapid fulfillment, have large volumes of inbound and outbound truck traffic to deliver to customers. Many distributors have their own truck fleets or fulfillment centers and operate as trucking terminals. Most distribution and fulfillment centers have as much or more truck traffic as traditional trucking terminals. These new truck terminal, fulfillment, or distribution centers are vastly different from what was considered a warehouse 10, 20, or 50 years ago. On the next slide, we'll take a closer look at the distribution center characteristics. Warehouses are for long-term storage and are designated to have very few truck loading doors. Truck terminals, distribution centers, and fulfillment centers are for short-term storage and are designed with larger quantities of loading doors. On the left up there, you can see a large 500,000 to 2 million square feet break bulk storage center, which are typically located near seaports or manufacturers. Regional distribution centers are 150,000 to 400,000 square feet. And I'll note that these are not perfect numbers, these are ranges, and are located close to an interstate or arterial road. Last mile facilities range from 50,000 to 200,000 square feet and are located in urban or suburban areas closest to customers. The next slide will show where they are used in the supply chain. The more traditional, longer-term new warehouses are now much larger and are positioned close to the beginning of the supply chain. As products move to regional distribution centers in the center of the supply chain, and you can see that up on the slide. Coming in from a port or a plant, I have a little icon at the top, it moves into a regional warehouse by truck or rail, and then from there, it'll go to smaller distribution centers or final mile delivery centers. Regional distribution centers and final mile truck terminals require more loading and unloading doors per square foot of warehouse space. So on the next slide, we'll take a closer look at the door to square foot ratios. So as we've already established, a key difference between a warehouse and a trucking terminal is the number of loading doors for inbound trucks to unload and outbound trucks to load. Method to evaluate a storage warehouse or trucking terminal, distribution center, and fulfillment center is the ratio of loading doors to square feet. A warehouse requires one door for every 10,000 to 15,000 square feet. The Buckingham warehouse is designed for 30 doors, which exceeds the door requirements of this size building for long-term warehouse storage. However, 30 doors do make the building suitable for a trucking terminal. If the building is supposed to be a warehouse for long-term storage, why would it be designed with so many loading doors? Loading docks are expensive, so why add the capability for something that is not required? Developers design buildings with the features that attract their target customers. The next slide will show the door requirements from an operational lens, throughput. So I did a lot of calculations here in Excel, and I don't expect everybody to see those where you're sitting, but I'll walk you through it. So throughput measures the quantity of palletized product that flows through a building based on demand. In a long-term storage warehouse, throughput is low. The developers asserted that this building will not be a high cube fulfillment center, and that 20% of the 150,000 square feet are not usable due to offices, aisles, and forklifts, which I agree with that assessment. That is correct. You can't use all the space in a warehouse. You have limitations on aisles. What types of products makes a difference as well. On this slide is a model that calculates door requirements for the proposed building based on average inventory turns for typical products and consumer categories. The assumptions include the usable square footage from the developer, based on calculations of a range of products from retail to furniture inventory in the warehouse, or let me restate that, from retail to furniture, inventory in the warehouse would be completely replaced every 31 to 129 days, depending on the type of products. That would require 2 to 9 doors for unloading and loading between 7 to 28 trucks per day. Again, if this is a warehouse for long-term storage, why would the building be designed with more than 20 extra unnecessary doors? The only logistical reason is to accommodate more throughput, such as in a high-volume distribution or fulfillment trucking operation. More doors means more throughput and more trucks. We have been told this is not going to be an Amazon warehouse. The click-to-door delivery time for retailers other than Amazon is 4.4 days, and that's in the graph on the left-hand side. Amazon's half that. It's down in the red line at the bottom left. So that means all the inventory is going to be replaced every 4.4 days on average. A final mile delivery or regional trucking operation at 4.4 days in a low cube warehouse would require 35 doors, which is very close to the 30-door specification. So let's take a look at building capacity from the traffic study volume on the next slide. So on the left, there's calculations that I did based on the square foot, the usual square footage, which is 20% is unusable, so that leaves 130,000 square feet. So I used all the numbers that were provided by Petrucci and the traffic study for this calculation. Based on the traffic study estimate of 90 trucks per day, the available capacity of the warehouse, quote unquote, would be full in just 7 days, just from the 45 inbound trucks. So 90 of those trucks, 45 are inbound, 45 are outbound. So I'm only counting the 45 inbound. That means there has to be a lot going out of that warehouse. The building is designed with 15 doors across from each other. The textbook trucking definition of cross dock. While it is true that many national hub-and-spoke trucking companies have narrower cross-dock terminals, as we've heard tonight from several engineers, there are just as many trucking companies that have a wider cross-dock for the staging and short-term storage of freight before loading. This is 100% the case in the last-mile delivery trucking terminals. I'll also say that I've worked for a trucking company that had almost the exact specifications. It was a national $350 million trucking operation based in New Jersey, with terminals all over the country. And we had a warehouse layout exactly like that. A big question is, what would the business reason be to put a truck terminal in Buckingham? We'll answer that on the next slide. It is clear that the developer will not invest in developing a building without having conducted extensive market research. We heard tonight this is speculative development, which I did tremendous research and understand. They're not going to hold onto the property very long. It's going to be leased out or sold within a couple of years or less. It'll be marketed immediately, and that's how they make their money. They turn it over fast. There are only 2 likely possibilities for a trucking terminal or distribution center of this size and in this location. One is a regional distribution with 48 or 53-foot trailers coming inbound to unload, and a mix of day cabs with 48-foot trailers and 26-foot straight trucks delivering to a mix of retail and residential customers. Another option is last mile delivery, and we're all familiar with that because we all order from Amazon. With 40,000 households and $5.4 billion in annual income in a 9-mile radius from this terminal, from this trucking operation, this is an ideal location for a last mile distribution operation. Both scenarios are feasible with a 30-door cross-dock terminal with 130,000 usable square feet. If either of these 2 scenarios were activated, the outbound truck traffic could potentially double. The next slide is, I'm going to show you a couple of properties. This first one is J.G. Petrucci developed this 587,100 square foot distribution center, which has 108 doors, which equates to 5,436 square feet per door, which is almost identical to what we have in the Buckingham plant. This is very close to the proposed Buckingham building, along with others in Bath, PA, Allentown, PA, Fairless Hills, PA. There's many more, but those are the ones locally. An article in the Lehigh Valley Business Journal upon the leasing of the building to Big Lots, a national retailer, stated that the building will help Big Lots, quote, accommodate its growing demand in the e-commerce space. So just because something's not Amazon doesn't mean it's not e-commerce. J.G. Petrucci also developed this 225,000 square foot distribution center with 48 doors, which is 4,688 square feet per door. Another one very close. This is one of the closest sizes to the proposed Buckingham building. It was advertised as, quote, ideal for regional distribution and last mile delivery, unquote. That is right out of the LoopNet advertising for it, for customers. It doesn't matter what a developer says a building will or won't be used for. They do not control who it gets leased to or sold to. However, they do control the specifications of the design. Every building they have listed in the region has a 1 to 5,000 square foot door ratio, and is being advertised for e-commerce fulfillment, distribution, and last mile delivery, all trucking functions. The specifications are designed to support that type of business. I could not find one advertisement that stated, quote, ideal for long-term storage warehousing. Or a business occupying one of these properties that are in the warehousing business. Not one. And I did extensive research. Moving on to operational impacts. Having worked in trucking companies for 20 years, I can tell you all about what happens with trucks and how they're operated, how they're dispatched. A major problem with a high volume trucking operation in a residential dense suburban area like Buckingham, with 1,000 homes right around the location, is that drivers running out of hours and having to stay overnight in place. That doesn't mean that they're going to make it to the terminal. I want to make sure you understand what I mean. Drivers coming inbound, they could run out of hours at any point due to traffic delays, all kinds of issues. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration limits driver hours of service to a maximum of 11 hours after 10 consecutive hours off duty. They can only do 11 hours of driving. There's a few more hours they can work unloading, but that's about it. Inbound drivers delayed in traffic jams may run out of hours in and around Buckingham. Drivers who run out of hours in the area will have to find a place to park for 10 hours to reset their logbooks. I'm going to point out that up on the screen, those are pictures of trucks in actual residential areas with the same type of building, the same type of distribution operation, with trucks in people's yards and parked on the streets. The sign in the middle is at the Big Lots. That was from the Big Lots store up in that Petrucci built up in Allentown that I mentioned earlier. It says, drivers, you cannot park here. You must leave and park somewhere else. So you're going to see why that's important. A driver on a 10-hour break requires access to food, showers, and bathroom facilities, along with an appropriate place to park the truck and trailer. The nearest truck stops are 1 hour away in Valley Forge, Allentown, and Bordentown, New Jersey. Where are the drivers going to park? In residential areas along the side of the road? Even a portion of the 90 trucks per day running out of hours on the way into the warehouse can be forced to park in residential neighborhoods along the streets in Buckingham and other communities, like Plumsteadville, Doylestown Township. On the next slide, I'll show you, this is what it's going to look like with inbound. So we all understand that egress in the traffic going out of the access road can be controlled with barriers and signs. You cannot control inbound truck drivers. So another major problem, often overlooked by those not in the industry, is the control of inbound drivers. Although outbound traffic routes from the terminal can be managed through signs and barriers, inbound truck drivers do not have those restrictions. The inbound drivers will have the ability to enter Buckingham from multiple state and local roads as they follow their GPS routing guides. They will not know about the ingress until they see it. They will be coming down Durham Road, Swamp Road, Old Easton Road from 202, 263, and 611. Traffic and construction will alter their GPS directions and they will end up on smaller roads like Mechanicsville Road, Church School Road, Burnt House Hill Road, Cold Spring Creamery Road, and Smoke Road, and Street Road. All those arrows are all the potential routes that these drivers will take. They're just going to follow their GPS. Whoever owns the building and even if they have dispatchers in there, they cannot control the drivers coming in. I can tell you that, 20 years of experience, you cannot control the drivers going the way you want them to go coming inbound. They will be all over our roads. In summary, because I covered a lot here, so I'm going to wrap it up with some bullet points here. The facts are clear. 1, the 30-door spec design meets truck terminal requirements but exceeds the maximum long-term storage warehouse door requirements. 2, the proposed design does not limit future owners to only operating a general warehouse operation. 3, only a design with much fewer doors would limit use as a trucking terminal. Much more, not just 15. You can just double the shift and work 2 shifts. All my analysis was on 1 shift for 30 doors. So if you cut it down to 15, you have the same exact problem. And it's still not a 24-hour operation. The dock-to-door square foot ratio for other J.G. Petrucci developed buildings are equivalent to the proposed warehouse in Buckingham. 1 door for every 5,000 square feet and have been advertised as, quote, ideal for distribution and last mile delivery, unquote. High-volume retail distributors have leased similar properties with the same dock-to-door ratio. A low-cube general-purpose warehouse only requires 2 to 9 dock doors for trucks due to low inventory turns and less capacity. Inbound driver routing cannot be controlled by the trucking terminal or distribution center staff. If inbound drivers run out of hours, the closest stops, again, are 1 hour from Buckingham. Drivers will be forced to rest in place or in residential parking lots in town. Only thing for the Board of Supervisors that I'll say is you have an opportunity to do the right thing tonight. The people here, I voted for all of you, and I'm kind of disappointed in how this whole hearing's gone. I've never seen anything run this way before in my professional career. I'm kind of disappointed in it. But the people here in the community of Buckingham clearly do not want this terminal to be built. It is, if it's not obvious by the number of people here, most of the people don't even know about it. I ran into somebody last week that I've seen multiple times, lives right down the street, had no clue. So newsletters come out, nothing about the most major development in Buckingham ever, since I've lived here.
It's on the website.
Yeah. It's on the website.
It's under.
You know what, your newsletter came out. John,
It's under new.
John, your newsletter came out.
It's
And
under.
you mentioned music in the park all summer, but you don't mention that, hey, by the way,
It's
we're
under.
it's
It's under future development. It's under future development.
I'm trying to maintain my decorum here, be professional, but we're not stupid. Like, the people here aren't stupid. They all know. They know what's going on. So we know that what this is. Petrucci's going to make a lot of money, and they'll be gone. They're not going to be running it. They can't promise there'll be hazmat or no hazmat, or who's going to run. They can't promise anything. It's going to be somebody else. And then after that one leaves, it'll be somebody else after that running that warehouse, trucking terminal. See, we got to stop calling it what it is.
The warehouse.
Just because someone applies for something under a certain zoning designation, doesn't mean that that's what it is. The definitions, those zoning rules are ancient.
The warehouse.
This is happening all over the country. All over the country. Poolball Township, look it up. Jeff's information was 100% correct because I gave it to him. I looked all that up. He's 100% right. All that stuff's on the website. So this is not an appropriate place to have a large-scale trucking terminal with 30 doors at 130,000 square feet in a former farmland with 1,000 residential homes around it. This isn't the place for it. With these little tiny roads, it should be off of a major arterial road at that size.
But this
is not an appropriate use.
This plan originally came in as an auto parts warehouse.
I will tell you this too. I'm going to say one more thing.
That's what it originally came in.
I'm going to say one more thing about.
Okay, hold on 1 second, folks.
Yeah.
When you clap, yell, and holler, the court reporter can't take down what Mr. Adams is saying, so please let him speak without interruption.
Just one more thing to point out. I understand you're all not industry experts. I appreciate the engineers that are here tonight, but I actually work for a trucking company, a lot of trucking companies for many decades. I don't think there's anybody here that has that experience that I'm aware of, or anybody that's spoken tonight. So engineering studies are guesses. They are based on averages. This is real. Everything that I did, I calculated, is from experience and from actual numbers that were provided from J.G. Petrucci from articles that we've read from the traffic study. There's nothing, you could crunch all the numbers you want, it validated, everything was very thorough. But I will tell you, the other examples, like, and I'm responding to John when you said, well, what about the parts warehouse, what about this? The other one that was approved back in, however long ago that was, if you look at that, the doors were all on one side, correct? And there were parking for cars on the other side. And I heard the term flex.
Is this the one?
The long one that was referenced in 2000.
The original.
They were making the case that, oh, this one was approved. That one was completely different because that had retail space, and I heard the term flex, which means it's going to have potentially showroom retail space, and those loading doors would be very, very low activity.
And I think that was 80. I think they said it was 80,000 square feet.
Yeah, 80,000 square feet, but it had doors on one side all the way down, and it had parking on the other side. But the flex is the key. That is designed for showroom. Cars in the front come in. The trailer might sit there being used for storage for a long period of time. It's not a truck terminal. That was different. It was approved under warehouse. This is a completely different operation. This is a trucking operation.
That one was before our time in the board here.
I understand.
Again, folks, if y'all talk.
But it was being used. It was being used to make a point to sell that this is a warehouse, because that's how they're going to make a lot of money, by selling this as a warehouse and getting this approved. And all the promises of changing things, they have to resubmit all their plans all over again anyway, because you cannot approve this in good conscience and good faith as our representatives based on a promise that we're going to change it if you approve it tonight. Do not approve it.
Understood.
Because it's the wrong thing to do.
Hold on. Yeah, and so can you come back to the stand so the board and I can ask you a couple questions? Thank you. I take it you're offering what you're telling us as an expert in the trucking industry. Is that fair?
As I said,
Come on, it's just a question.
Are you asking about my credentials?
Well, I'm asking that I assume.
32 years in the industry,
Okay.
Senior executive at several trucking companies, also certified in transportation, logistics, and distribution, and a certified supply chain management professional through the Association of Supply Chain Management. Those are hard to get.
So you're testifying here as an expert in that area, right?
If you say I am.
Okay.
This is a court hearing, and you're not a judge.
Okay, so again, I just want to be clear.
I'm lending my industry expertise, yes. I think I know more about trucking operations than anybody in this room.
Great. I just want to be clear again, Mr. Nelson, you're not allowing any cross-examination of this gentleman.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So my question to you was, all your calcs are done on the 30 bays, 15 on each side. How do those calculations, and it's got to be an estimate, with 15 bays, all the doors on one single side?
That's a really good question, and I think I answered it earlier, but I'll answer it again.
Sorry.
So it doesn't make a difference going down to 15 because you can just run 2 shifts and you have the same exact problem.
But this building's going to be open not 24 hours a day.
I didn't say 24 hours is necessary. 2 shifts is not 24 hours. You could run 23 based on your rules.
Could be 16.
But you don't even need to do that. You only need to run 16
I'm
hours.
asking you because I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
So
I know,
I'm not
telling
challenging you.
So those calculations, all you have to do is run 2 shifts. All my calculations were on 1 shift because we were told this would be daytime hours, right? So I just did 8 to 5, 8 to 6. But all you do is run a second shift, no problem. You can run just as many trucks through there or more. All my operations were 24 hours a day that I worked in, 7 days a week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I need to reintroduce myself, or are we?
Well, let the record note that Mr. Bateman is again approaching the podium and I guess going to speak.
Thank you, Jen, Victoria, Jeff,
and Tim. Reaching tonight's presentation was a community effort involving countless emails, meetings, and messages. We have learned the importance of communication and accommodation, something that this township needs to take to heart. Despite our efforts, the Board of Supervisors has voted 3 times to minimize community input by dismissing calls to use a larger venue for this project on the agenda tonight. We've shown tonight that this project is, without a doubt, the G6 truck terminal, not a storage warehouse, according to Buckingham zoning ordinance. As Tim showed all of you, storage for this size building would only be 2 to 9 doors. Even with the amendment, it's down to 15, which is still well more. In numerous one-on-one conversations with our steering committee members, Mr. Caldereo stated that we needed a silver bullet to deny this project. Here it is, Mr. Caldereo, a silver bullet on a silver platter. This is clearly a truck terminal, which is not allowed in this land. In a right-to-know request I filed on December 23rd, 2023, requesting any and all communications regarding the warehouse, specifically looking for correspondence to or from you 3 supervisors, I was told in the township's official legal reply, quote, "After inquiry, I am representing that there are no records in the possession of John Forrest, Maggie Rash, or Paul Caldereo responsive to your request," end quote. Yet, in more recently acquired emails from Rich Myers, I was able to see that all 3 of you were on multiple emails that fell within the timing of my request. So which is true? Were there no emails, or were there some? Because looking at that board, I see some. So are there more? What else are you guys hiding? Trust is at issue tonight. The Petrucci organization withdrew their plan by request, then resubmitted it under the wrong zoning designation to avoid needing a zoning variance. At our lunch meeting with Mr. Rogerson, he boasted of their expertise, making this oversight seem very intentional. Petrucci claims to be building on spec with no tenant, yet as Tim showed you all tonight, it is highly unlikely that this is being built on spec. Why will our supervisors not demand to know who the tenant is? Lastly, the Petrucci team has publicly presented this project quite a few times to the township and has consistently called it a cross-dock design, conveniently omitted tonight, during these public meetings. Immediately after our presentation to the Planning Commission showing the zoning issues with this design, Mr. Rogerson ran to the press and gave comments saying that they don't feel it's a cross-dock anymore. Well then, Mr. Rogerson, my question for you, are you not on the same page as your team presenting this plan for approval? Or are you changing your views after an argument that would kill your project became public? What else are they not telling us? Residents face hurdles to build small projects, yet this massive development speeds through the process with the township's assistance through backroom discussions and under-the-table deals. I have spoken to so many residents throughout Buckingham that have had horror stories spanning for years, trying to build a deck, a pool, a shed, or a fence. Or some other minor home improvement projects. In front of us are plans for possibly the largest building in Buckingham outside of a school, and they're on cruise control. Something is wrong! Ms. Rash stated in an email to us, to Jeff, in which she refused to meet with us regarding some clarification on land preservation questions that we were seeking.
No, I
Wait a minute.
asked, I
Let me
said, if
make
you
it.
have
I will
any
take your
what?
question at the end.
No.
Stop it, I will take your question at the end.
Wow.
We will provide the email. She refused to meet with us, asking for land preservation questions we were seeking, and she said she was, quote, absorbing all of the input from my residents, end quote.
Still am.
The opposition to this project from our neighbors is strong and unwavering. Many of them have emailed you about their opposition, which we addressed earlier, yet you haven't even given them the decency of replying with a form letter. How can we expect you to listen when you won't even communicate? Additionally, this community worked together to gather thousands of signatures, thousands, on petitions centered around opposing this project. I'm going to leave these with you here tonight as well. Just last week, not only did this township publish a letter actively encouraging folks to stay home and watch on their computers, you then spent thousands of dollars to mail that letter to each home in Buckingham, Rather than just do what we have asked from the beginning and move this to a venue that meets the demand. Not only did you encourage them to stay home and watch on Zoom, you confirmed in a news article that folks watching at home would not even be able to participate in public comment. So did you just encourage them to stay home so you didn't have to hear from more frustrated neighbors? Every single time you have been presented an opportunity to defend us, your neighbors, you have chosen to stand by this developer, and that is not acceptable. Whose side are you on? Based on all of the work that we have done, and it's clear it's a ton, all of the research that we have done, there are still many questions that we cannot answer. 1, who missed this clear zoning violation, and why was it never even sent to the zoning hearing board? Why did John Forrest take down his social media post when he called out who the occupant on this project was supposed to be? Did he just have inside knowledge of it? If he knew then who it was, who is it now? Or was that just a typo too, John?
No, that was originally Fred Beans wanted to combine all of his warehouses together.
And so that was obviously inside knowledge. So you had inside knowledge. That wasn't public.
It was on the plan.
It was on the plan.
It was on the plan.
It was on the plan, it was on the website. That's what
When
it
you
said.
published it on the website,
It was never on the plan.
it was
It
never
was on
on
the-
It was on the original
It was on the
plan that
original
came in a
sketch.
long
Not
time
the one
ago.
posted on the website, John.
It was on the future.
But there was such a hubbub about it, he pulled out.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I'm sure.
yeah.
Mr. Rogerson told us that this plan was requested to be pulled last summer. Who requested that? Was it one of you? Was it Mr. DiGirolamo? If the township wanted these plans pulled, why was it resubmitted? What changed? No answer. Why have all 3 of you supervisors not provided email information that we now know that you have? What else is in your inboxes that you haven't disclosed that should have been? What else are you guys hiding from us? Why has the township been so interested in minimizing resident participation in this matter instead of encouraging it? Where's our right to due process? Why hasn't the township addressed our concerns in good faith? If you deny this project, Petrucci probably will appeal. But you're going to have a strong legal case. If you approve it, I can assure you that the residents of Buckingham and our committee are prepared to fight and use all of our legal rights to prevent this truck terminal from ever being built. This means that our township supervisors are going to be fighting their neighbors in court for years. Mr. Forrest's words suggest that the choice is clear. Tonight, you should deny this truck terminal and support your neighbors. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. Now, who wants to start by answering our questions?
And Mike, just so you noticed, the meeting you were referring to last July 26th, the township meeting, you can see the board's announcements are on the website. They've been there for a year, and I posted my feelings at that meeting about how I felt about it.
You sure did.
Yeah. I said that I was worried at the potential of more than 60 trucks a day going in and out of our township every day.
So where are you worried now, John?
What's that?
Okay, well,
What's changed?
let's close.
Nothing's changed. This is the first time we have seen it in a public
It's
meeting.
not. You heard about this last year and asked for the pool
That's
plans,
not-
John.
Okay, guys,
Mike.
one at a time, okay?
First
I'm
of all,
sorry,
This is the first time it's come before this board. You know that.
Do I?
Yes.
Okay, what's
You
that?
think we had a?
Okay.
It's never come before the board before. This is the first time.
Greg told me at our lunch that it was requested to pull the plans and resubmit after the election.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Greg, you were at that. You want to tell them, Greg? You were at that
I don't
lunch.
know.
Hey, what's next?
Folks, I think now we're to a point where we're ready to take public comment, whoever wants to make public comment.
no.
So I'm sorry, Meg.
Yeah, I would just like to respond to your accusation. You asked me about land preservation, and I said, I'm attaching our packet for land preservation. If you have any questions on the process, please don't hesitate to ask. I don't know what the Cold Spring Landisville Truck Terminal is, because it's come into us as a warehouse, or how it relates to land preservation. Once you've read through the packet and understand the process, you might have some specific questions. Did I want to?
Can she finish,
wait,
please?
what? Did I want you, I meant you fighting the Bucks County Water and Sewer sale. But under the circumstances, I said, I'm not gonna meet with you privately. This is more appropriate to discuss this in a public meeting. And you could have come any public meeting and discuss it with me. You know, because, I mean, you stood up and I don't know what went on with you and them. They're quoting you, you know. No, I'm not gonna meet with you privately because anything I say, I don't have that. And I don't trust you or Mike. The rest of you, yeah, you have the same agenda.
Can't
You
trust
guys all have the same agenda, protect Buckingham,
Okay.
not these
Hold
guys.
on. Hold on. Quiet, please. All right. So there is a sign-up sheet for public comment on the rostrum, and the court reporter has asked that if you're going to make public comment, you sign your name. What else do you need, Don?
So to quote from the.
Hold on. What else do you need, Don?
Their name, their spelling, and their address.
Name and address, please.
Jeff Glauber, Twin Brook Circle, very quick, to quote from the same email, I'm absorbing all input from my residents. I'm not open to a private discussion.
Right?
With yes, with certain people.
Yeah,
Definitely.
exactly. Take care, and don't hesitate to ask for clarification on the land preservation process. Best, Maggie.
Okay.
And I did call people back.
Sir, go ahead. You're writing your name down. Great. Go ahead. And then if you would, tell us your name too, so.
So I'm Peter McCullough. I live on 3966 Landisville Road. So it's like right at the corner of Stony and Landisville. And I live in a R3 zone rural residential district. So I really appreciate his neighbor. He sent in 90 trucks a day down to see me. You guys get me fired up. All right, so in addition to being a resident, and Tim, with respect, I probably have more experience than you do in supply chain and logistics and distribution.
Talking to the
32 years. Now, what I will say is, Tim is a trucking and logistics expert as well as supply chain. I'm a supply chain, manufacturing, warehouse, and distribution expert. I'm a senior executive at a Fortune 500 logistics and distribution company. 20,000 people, 50 warehouses across the country. We run warehouses between 50 and 150,000 square feet. Our operations run about 12 hours a day. What we're talking about here, whether it's R3 or R6, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's duck. But this is a distribution and trucking terminal facility. That's all it is. And we've got 15 bays, which is a lot on the side facility. With 30 bays, which is a real lot. A lot of our facilities would have 8 bays or less, and they are cross-dock facilities. Right? I mean, you could run something like this pretty efficiently with 8 docks. And, you know, Tim, I agree. We got some engineers who are in the audience today or up there up front. A lot of expertise. Frankly, it's academic. What Tim talked about is what I deal with every day. These operational issues are real. And this is like a super unsuitable site. Just because you can technically put it here, you're foolish to allow it to be here. The commercial impact on the community is going to be huge. The congestion is huge. I think more importantly, though, is the safety aspect, which has been outlined, and it's real. I hire guys like Tim, I hire guys like JLL up there to build these things. To operate something in this community is nuts. I guarantee you, someone is going to get hurt. I can almost guarantee you someone's going to get killed. This trucking activity on these roads, this gentleman's point up here, insane. I'm sure someone's going to make a lot of money on this. I hope someone's done the calculus of what's the value of a human life. Because it's going to happen. Just think about that. Do not approve this.
Sorry, what was your name?
Lee, Leigh, last name is Nunno, Nunno, 4620 Twin Brook Circle. I am a 21-year realtor in the area, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of all of our neighbors who've come up to me and asked me what could possibly be happening if this really gets built to our property values. It's a great question, and as we are all living here, it relates to all of us very intimately. So I put a lot of thought to it, and I tried to do some research, and what I came up with is that we kind of have a unicorn on our hands here. We are trying to get this building shoehorned into an area that is so close to high-density residential area. When we see buildings like this, typically we see them in one of two areas. One, being contiguous with a highway, because tractor trailers are cumbersome and it's easy for them to get on and off if it's next to a highway. And the other location that we typically see this building in is in a very desolate area, very open, where they may not have any contiguous neighbors, or if they do, a building like this, it would be with other commercial properties or other industrial properties. So I don't have data to support, to tell you that it will definitely impact our property values negatively, but we can review the story of what makes a real estate market. Buyers and sellers, right? And it's supply and demand. Where are we right now? Where have we been since COVID? We are in a crazy real estate market right now where sellers have the power and the buyers don't as much. There aren't a lot of houses for sale, so the buyers are fighting to get the houses. If we had this building here right now and we had these circumstances of unequal power between buyers and sellers, would we see a terrible price decrease because of it? I don't know, but I can tell you for sure that when a buyer is trying to compare two houses, we make a pro-con list. And ideally, anything that's on the con list, if it can be changed, isn't really that much of a con, as we talk to our clients. A non-changeable con is a very terrible thing to have against a property. Let's think about when the market starts to shift. Someday it will, because real estate markets change, and the buyers and the sellers someday will have equal power. When that happens and buyers have choices, more houses that they can choose from, and they find a house that has a negative, a con on their list, that's not changeable. Like, wow, that house is very close to a truck terminal and there's a lot of tractor trailers around here. Buyers, in my experience, will look for another option because they have different options in that market. And then let's think about when the market shifts again and the buyers are in control. It will happen someday, right? Where there's so many houses on the market that the sellers are fighting to get the buyer's attention. Buyers will not buy a house that has a con that's not changeable. And this building, for this use, the way that it can be used, is a very big con that's not changeable for all of us. Those are the ways that it can negatively impact our real estate value. I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to recommend this gentleman to run for mayor of Buckingham. Since we all have our cell, my name is David Goldhaber, Goldhaber, 5548 Indian Ridge Road, Buckingham. As I was listening to his presentation, I really learned a lot. I was looking up J.G. Petrucci. And this is June 24th, 2024, so it's not even a month. J.G. Petrucci breaks ground on industrial warehousing project in Bend, Salem, Pennsylvania. It starts off about the company. They're building a 320,000 square foot industrial development in Salem. And it says, 4626 Somerton Road will be home to a state-of-the-art industrial warehouse / distribution facility. Spanning every one of their articles, there are 6 of them. They call them warehouse distribution centers. Okay, so in their own words, and this is from one of the publications called Projects Magazine, so I guess it's what they publish in their company. And then it says, The Bucks County location provides accessibility, nearly every transportation network available, et cetera, et cetera. The site is situated for last mile delivery to Philadelphia, as well as larger distribution to North Street, et cetera, et cetera. So this is saying it in their own words, and this is on, right on top, it says Petrucci. So what everybody's saying here is right, because this is a company that's not a Buckingham or a Doylestown company. This is a major company that develops warehouse distribution centers. I used to live in Newtown, and you can see what's going on in Newtown. Newtown has been developed much more than Buckingham. And when I was moving to Buckingham, and I live on a really nice property with preserved areas behind me. So you're moving to Buckingham, you know what Buckingham Township is known for? Buckingham Township is the township of no. Anybody that lives here, that wants to buy a farm property or a large property or build anything, and even Mr. Bray spoke about this when we had a meeting before about a property on Lawn Lane and Indian Springs Road. There was 16 acres. Somebody was speaking about problem with the water there. And when it was advertised 16 acres possibility of subdivision into 3 lots. And you said yourself, I knew about that. We were never going to let them subdivide that property. So here's the situation here. The situation is here. The way that you talk to a lot of us, you have a lot of arrogance. Okay? Now, here's what the situation is. The situation is, by everything presented to you, everybody knows that we're being hoodwinked. But nobody up there, because of your arrogance, has the, sorry ladies, has the balls to say, you know what, people? Nobody wants this project. Nobody wants this project. Maybe we made a mistake, but you can't say that because you're sitting at that dais. Okay? Maybe think about that. On Petrucci's site, everything says warehouse distribution. This man was amazing. He was amazing. He should be up there on one of your seats. That's what it's all about. Okay? And you have 2 politicians that own that property. You know something? We have another problem here. Doylestown has a wonderful hospital called Doylestown Hospital. You know what the problem is with Doylestown Hospital? It's outgrown itself. You can't get an appointment there as a patient. I'm a retired physician from New York. Do you know what it took to get me into that hospital? I had to pull strings. So why don't you tell Petrucci, you know what? Let's give you some money. Get the hell out of here. Go speak to Doylestown Hospital.
We're not going to win.
Go speak to Doylestown Hospital. Say, you know something? We have a great property. And it's industrial property. Open up some more doctor's offices, a nursing facility, a daycare center for the people of Buckingham and Doylestown. These people are developers. You get Doylestown Hospital, you're going to get the same tax basis. You're going to help the people of this area and be the Buckingham Township of no. You say no to all the residents for so many projects they want to do. Say no to an out-of-town developer who's here to build something, make a profit, and disappear. And say, you know something, people? Maybe you are right. Maybe you are right. We're here. You preserved what? 1/3 of the area.
Over 6,000 acres.
Well, however many, you've done a really good job. And the reason we all live here is you can go to New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, anywhere in Pennsylvania, you're not going to find another Buckingham.
Nope.
So why don't you want to keep it this way?
We do.
Well, then, listen, this is commercial. We all know that. There's no fight. So like I said, go sit down and speak to people at Doylestown Hospital, to the administration. Are you kidding? What's $5 million then? That's nothing. That's spit in the bucket. And you're going to help everybody here. You're all getting pretty old.
Does someone have a mirror?
Now wait, fellow who just spoke, you're in the medical You, yeah, sorry, yeah. So you came from another place, but you're a doctor, but you had to pull strings to get it. I'm with you. I changed my primary care physician. I totally get it. Let me finish. Let me ask you a question. So whatever strings you pulled, could you go to those people, and I don't mean it in a critical way, can you go to those people and get them to go to the landowner? We don't own the land. To go to the landowner and bring a project into the landowner?
What I'm saying is, you can be involved. Let me say something. If you ever see the show Undercover Boss?
What?
Do you ever see the show Undercover Boss?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
a show where a boss is in company, puts on a disguise, and sees how his company is being run.
Okay, hold on. Donnie can't hear you, so if you're gonna be speaking, you need to come up to the.
Just as an example, if I bring up Doylestown Hospital, if anybody in this room tries to call Doylestown Hospital as a new.
No, don't go there. I'm asking you a question.
Right.
Can you get somebody that you pulled strings with? I mean, they're here because they brought in a plan to the owner of the property. Bring in some other businesses
It is.
that would go to the.
Listen, I'm a.
Just say no.
No, what I'm saying is, the point is, Buckingham Township, we have a lot of clout here. Why can't we? I mean, I'll go, the CEO's name is Rexler.
Well, then call them up,
Okay,
send them a
so I'm
letter.
saying is, well, I spoke to somebody that wanted to have a meeting with them. I don't know them personally, because like I said, I have my business.
I can't do that from the township, I'll be sued.
I understand, I'm not saying you, but what I'm saying is.
Yes, you are, you're
even
saying
this group,
undercover.
Even this group, right in the group, okay, because like I said,
I'm
it's
sorry,
a great
Donna.
spot, and I don't think people would mind patients parking their cars in the parking lot, or being able to visit an assisted living, that's not gonna upset the neighborhood.
You're
It's not
missing
gonna
my
change-
question. All right, the lady behind you is from Plumstead.
I wish I.
Hold on,
Guys,
folks. The court reporter cannot take down what's being said when you're all talking.
I'll let the next person speak, I will try to follow up on that. Personally, I'm not connected, but I made some connections, and I'll work on it.
Okay, thank you.
Elaine Pasqua, 63 John Dyer Way, Doylestown, Pennsylvania. I'm gonna hold it.
There you go.
Much better. Mr. Murphy, I regret or resent the fact that you made a motion to remove me as a party. Just because I live on the other side of the yellow line on Landisville Road. Have you stood there and looked at the downward slope from the DiGirolamo property down onto John Dyer Way? We're the ones that are going to be affected most with the water safety and the environmental issues because of that downward slope. Environmental concerns know no boundaries. And if you look at the water plan, I've done a lot of homework, I've done a lot of research, and I've talked to a lot of experts over the last few months. I read the post-construction stormwater management report, albeit not all 284 pages, but I got about to 120, so I say that I'm speaking from an expert point of view. The plan is based on the stormwater management ordinance that was established by Buckingham Township in the year 2010. But now if you look at the reports of NOAA, we have now experienced the warmest years of our climate, the last 10 years, with 2023 being the hottest year. And now when you have warm temperatures, you have more water in the atmosphere, and we're seeing increased rainfalls. I showed this plan to a retired expert who worked at Perfect Soil for the Bucks County Department of Health for 30 years. And his very first response was, I don't like the large impervious surface here. It's going to affect you. For the last 2 years, my neighborhood has been experiencing unprecedented flooding. We go downhill, and behind our neighborhood is the Pine Run Creek, which goes into the Chamonix Creek, which goes into the Delaware River, which is the drinking water for Philadelphia. In our neighborhood, there is a conduit that goes under Landisville Road from the Young farm property, and we can see the Di Girolamo track from where we are. That conduit goes out into behind the backyard of the first house, and we get exorbitant amount of flooding all along there. Along the Pine Creek, the house is backing up to that, or Pine Run Creek. They had conduits running along there with bridges. Last 2 years, those bridges have been getting totally washed away. People are losing topsoil. People are losing their landscape. People's backyards are filling up with water. We don't need more impervious soil or surfaces. One of the things that we're also seeing is that they are basing this, when they're looking at the pre and post-development of the water runoff, they are basing it on historical records from 5, 10, 25, 50, and 100 years, and they want to keep it at that level. But if you talk to any environmental expert, which I have, they're saying that you can't base these plans on historical records because of the climate change that we are experiencing and the heavy rainfalls that are now occurring. I have had extensive conversations with Ben Greeley, who is the hydrogeologist at the Southeast Pennsylvania DEP. And he's the one that confirmed that there is a large aquifer that goes under the Di Girolamo track, comes down through that field. We are on well water. Everybody in Camp Curiosity is on well water. All those kids coming in there, everybody along Landisville Road is on well water. We have 70 homes and 92 children in our neighborhood, and we don't want the contamination. You're going to get turbidity from all of the construction, and where is that going to go? This is going to affect us, and what happens in Buckingham affects Plumstead. There was a fire out on Old Eastern Road about 15 years ago on the stand of arborvitae, and we now have PFAS in our water. We had to all test our waters because of the fire retardant that was used. The last Friday in April, a garbage truck broke down on the last house on John Dyer Way. It made a left onto Buckingham's Road, on your side of the road, on Landisville Road, down to Burn House. I was seeing reports on the Doylestown Facebook that day that we were seeing cars that felt like they were on black ice because this truck dumped a slick of whatever. I don't know if it was transmission oil or fluid or oil or whatever it was, but it was a slick. That whole width of that side of the road all the way down to Burn House. Where does that go? Then Buckingham comes and they spread something on there to maybe absorb it. Well, are we going to take whatever they're putting absorbing it, want to put it in a glass of water and drink it? Eventually, that goes into our drinking water. We are extremely concerned about the safety of all of those people on that side of the yellow line. We know that this is a property that is designated as commercial property. And we're okay with that. You know, we have good neighbors that are commercial. We've got the warehouse, not the warehouse, we have the storage facility. SciComm Systems, my son is the one that did all the watering of all the vegetation. He worked for them as a teenager. Every day he was out there. They're good neighbors. 90 tractor trailer trucks, you can't control the safety, what's spilling out all over the roads, what's spilling into our water systems. So I urge you to really think about this. You know, this is all about the profit for one man, Di Girolamo, who wants to make $5 million. And I heard him quote, unquote, say, I want to take care of my grandchildren. Well, if you want to take care of your grandchildren, make them go work and learn to be responsible. We will all be better off from it. We won't have silver spoons in our mouth and we won't be entitled. You all live here. You all serve on the township through supervisors, commissioners, whatever, because you care about this township. You care about Bucks County, and we care about it as much as you do. And we are urging you to please do the right thing for all of us. We will be forever grateful.
Excuse me, I just want to say one thing. I just want to say one thing. We really have a tradition here of letting people say what they want, but because we have a lot of people here, I'm not going to limit you, but just be cognizant that people want to speak after you. So just be as brief, but get your information out, because we don't want to limit you. Thank you.
Understood, and I will be brief. Good morning. Thank you for listening to us. Yeah, it's morning time. And thank you to these fine people, because I was always against this.
Name.
For your
I'm
name,
sorry.
and did you sign in on the sign-in
I'm
sheet?
signed in,
He's signed
yeah, John Casiello, I'm an affected party, and that's really what I want to talk about. Casiello. 4207 My Lady's Lane, Doylestown. But thank you to these people, because what I saw tonight scared the heck out of me. And that, I was always against this project, but this was incredibly eye-opening. And quite honestly, I'm disappointed that these individual citizens did way more due diligence than anything that I saw or heard tonight from Petruccio's team or what may have been done by the supervisors. But really, and I'll make this brief, I am an affected party, but testimony was given several hours ago of studies done by this board going out 2.5 miles. So clearly, I'm talking about the traffic studies. Clearly, all right, so Petruccio did it. They know. These people are all affected. We are all affected parties. To limit it to 1,000 feet is absurd. And quite honestly, this whole format, we all find quite absurd. And we feel like you are leaning on us to intimidate us and push us down. And we resent that. And so now, they have done incredible work and given you very clear and straightforward answers to what this is really all about. And you have to represent us and do the right thing and shut this project down. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Hunt, that's Kathlyn. I'm not allowed. Sure, Kathleen Hunt, Hunt.
Kathleen, did you sign in there?
I will sign it, I'll sign it right now so I don't forget.
Thank you.
See, the whole way up, I was thinking, I'm gonna sign it, I'll say my name, I know it all. So I'm actually here by proxy, so I know we've been talking about experts in the room, you know, who's an expert in traffic, who's an expert in logistics, who's an expert in building. I live with a man who had to leave a little bit early, but my husband, John Hunt, John Hunt, worked for UPS and FedEx for 40 years. He just retired this past November. He was your FedEx guy for the last 20 years here in Doylestown. He knows every road. We live on Deep Creek Way, so we are definitely going to be affected. But the point I'm trying to make is the point that Tim was bringing up about drivers. John knows this. You drive your truck, it's not your fault. Your GPS takes you in, the traffic takes you in. There's no control for that. He knows these roads like the back of his hand. But he still runs into situations where he's running into trucks and trying to turn with what we have normally here. So I think what I would just urge you to kind of bring it down to the personal and what we see living here and how we're driving is somebody who, again, I apologize, but I feel by proxy living with him and hearing about what he faces, knowing what he knows around here is real. It will impact us. We appreciate you listening to our side, to their side, but I do beg of you and implore you, please make the right decision for us. Thank you.
My name is Kevin McDavid. I live at 5004 Davis Drive in Buckingham. Okay. First of all, let me say that I'm here tonight because I believe in Buckingham Township. I love Buckingham Township. Came here in 1995. One of the things I'm very proud of is a lot of times articles come out of we're the best place to live in Bucks County, we're the best place to live in Pennsylvania. We're always one of the best communities around. I want to keep it that way. I don't want to see Buckingham go the way of other places. I happen to live and work in Montgomery County. Don't quote me on Montgomery County officials right now, what goes on, but I don't want to live in Montgomery County. I work there, but I don't want to live there. I make the commute to Buckingham an hour each way every single day, but I like living in Buckingham County. What I saw tonight was a little bit of a gas. First of all, I'm disappointed in our county commissioner, who I'll never vote for again. Done. because I'm disappointed in the fact that he has an opportunity to do something right for the people in township. And I get it, he's a businessman, he wants to have his property sold, etc. But the reality is there's other better use than having a truck terminal. Tim, I want to compliment you. I used to work for corporate America, I don't work now, but I appreciate your expertise, because an inbound truck map said it all for me tonight. Because the reality is, the roads in Buckingham are a rural community. I love going down Birdhouse Road. I love going down the roads in Buckingham because it has that rural community. I don't want to be like Philadelphia. I don't want to be like Lower Bucks County. I just want to be like Upper Bucks County. I like Buckingham Township. The reality is, I believe tonight we've seen a good example of why we do not want to approve this particular warehouse. The fact something's being developed without end use is a bunch of baloney. The opportunity, you don't develop something unless you know there's something that's going to be used in the end. And the reality is, once it's got the cat's out of the bag, it's hard to get it back in. I am a strong supporter of our Buckingham supervisor. I voted for Maggie, Paul, and John in the past. You guys are great. I know you're going to do the right thing tonight by voting no on this thing. Preserving Buckingham. There's other utilizations that we can use this property for. I implore you to look at it and not vote to have a trucking terminal in Buckingham Township. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anthony Beccari of BACCARI, 4317 Shedden Circle, Doylestown. I thought I was going to be the last speaker tonight, but I'll be very brief. I just wanted to cite some of your words from the Buckingham Township report of June 20th, where it says, as your Buckingham Township Board of Supervisors, we have one main goal, that of our residents' safety, physical safety highlighted of you and your families, financial safety highlighted with the lowest township tax millage rate in the county, and most importantly, environmental safety by preserving more than 1/3 of the township's 33 square miles. So with that, I just ask you to be true to your words and vote this project down. Thank you.
I'm Marianne Kaiser, 3684 Hancock Lane. I'll give my host Bill Goldstown.
Use the mic.
Sorry.
Just take it off.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that we live in picturesque Buckingham. Can't hear you.
Just tone it down. There we go.
But anyway, I've gone to DC many times to fight for Buckingham, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with Senator Casey and Fitzpatrick. And one of the things about Buckingham is we have ways and means. And sadly, some of our most vulnerable populations pay for that. So, with that being said, warehouses with trucking has a lot to do with substances, bringing in things that we don't necessarily want in our community. And our community is up for a Blue Zone project, a 5-year initiative, which we are incredibly lucky to get. Not many people or places in the United States have this opportunity. So, with that being said, I ask that you do what I would tell any of my vulnerable persons, and that is, what makes sense? Come up with that question. What makes sense? Do we want a warehouse? Do we want trucks? Where we know they bring in goods, unsavory goods? We need substances, drugs. The stats are there. The police you can talk to. You can talk to Casey. You can talk to Fitzpatrick. You can talk to the hospitals, doctors, nurses. We seriously have a problem, and that's how they come into our communities. So I would ask that you ask yourselves, what makes sense as opposed and opposed. Any type of trucking, any type of warehousing, anything that's gonna bring the things that we do not want and are picturesque, Bucks County, where our kids are roaming the streets, we're running, we're biking. It just doesn't make sense. So I implore you to ask yourself that question and then figure out what you're gonna do to get out of it so you can save us all.
We need your name and your address and your.
John Doe. Peter Nelson. Percy, Pennsylvania. To just wrap things up. I know it's late, but I think there's been a lot of things said, and I'd like to focus this board on what I feel are some of the legal issues facing here. My clients fully know and understand that the way this process works is if the developer shows they comply with all the township's ordinances that are applicable to this project, you have no discretion. You are legally obligated to approve this project. We understand that. And that, certainly when I was hired, was a worry of mine. However, I quickly figured out that there was a clear issue that does not comply with your zoning ordinance. And this is the issue of how to classify this particular use. The mere fact that they say, well, this is a warehouse use, is belied by all the information they have provided to you and to your planning commission. They have consistently, up until we brought up this issue, described this building as a cross-dock facility. And a cross-dock facility is a truck terminal, is a distribution center. And if you look at the information we've provided to you today, the fact that they want to lessen the number of docks here to 15 doesn't mean it suddenly becomes a warehouse and not a trucking terminal. The fact that these docks are no longer across from each other doesn't eliminate the fact that this is still a distribution center and not, or a trucking terminal and not a warehouse. This building, the amount of truck traffic coming to this building and leaving this building is what truly shows and illustrates what it is. That's 90 trips a day. And that's what they're estimating. But they don't know if that's actually going to be the case, because they don't know, or they refuse to tell us, who is actually going to be operating there. And as I believe someone said earlier, once this is sold by Petrucci, all bets are off. It's going to be a situation of, at best, the township chasing after whoever's operating and trying to stop them from doing it. And that, I can tell you, having represented townships for, more than 2 decades, is a very tough task. This is something that needs to be stopped now. This is a building that needs to be not built, because if it's built as it's currently designed, it's going to be used as it's designed, and that use is going to be a truck terminal. And that is inappropriate, doesn't comply with your zoning, and it provides this board with a very valid reason to say no. There are other issues, I won't go into them, but I think that issue itself is reason enough to not approve this building. Thank you.
Okay, it seems, Mr. Chairman, at 20 after 12, we're at a point where the board can consider the matter. Given what Mr. Nelson just said, I think there's 2 issues the board should consider.
Wait, we don't close the hearing yet, right?
No, we're not closing the hearing yet.
Got it.
You want wanna go to bed?
Isn't everybody? Go ahead.
There seems to be two crucial issues here. And Mr. Nelson, Mr. Schroeder, the first issue to me is whether this board finds this is a truck terminal or whether this board finds this is a warehouse. So I'm gonna suggest that you just discuss it and make a motion on that first, and then I think you should discuss and make a motion on whether you want to grant or deny this particular application. So I'm suggesting that you do that in two steps. With that, I think it's up to one of you to make it. As I said, the first motion should be on whether this is a warehouse or truck terminal, and after that, a motion on whether or not you grant or deny the application.
Okay.
So don't all speak at once.
Paul's gonna form a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion, whether we decide it's a warehouse or a truck terminal for the purposes of this application. Do I have a second?
Well,
You
no,
have to make a
have
motion if
as to
it's a
whether
truck
it is. You have
terminal
to make
or a
motion.
warehouse.
It's one or the other.
Okay, I make a motion that, this is a warehouse.
I'll second. We can talk about it.
Yeah, well, for the purposes of, I've heard everybody tonight, I've done my own research for months, and lawyers and so forth too. But for this purpose especially, all they're gonna do is reconfigure and, I think it could, I think for this purpose, for this particular vote, it's a warehouse. Go ahead, John.
No.
Okay.
You're saying it's a warehouse
No,
or
I mean, it's a warehouse.
I think the same thing, and I'll tell you why, because if they came in to build a truck terminal, even with all the kind of inflated information that we got that doesn't really apply to this, they wouldn't get, I'm sorry, if this plan was approved as a warehouse and they came in to build a truck terminal, they wouldn't get building permits. I mean, that's kind of basic. It came to us as a, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you what I think the law is, okay? So, all vote.
Okay, got it. So we just voted, right? Okay.
So then I think the motion is that it is a warehouse, is that right, Mr. Chairman? Okay,
Yeah.
so-
I said no.
Okay.
Let's get moving so we
Got
can
it?
all get
Okay.
out of here.
Second one.
Oh, wait,
No,
wait,
you
wait,
gotta
we're
call
gonna
the
vote.
vote.
I did, I said yay.
Yay.
And I said no.
Wait, no, that's, woo, there's so much going on. Hold on 1 second. I made a motion that it's a warehouse. You got that?
Yep.
And
Okay.
it passed.
And I said no.
Yes or no?
Okay, so it sounds to me like it's 2 yeses and 1 no.
Right.
We see who says that?
Who thinks that? You think it's a truck terminal?
It could be.
Okay.
Could go
Okay,
either way.
second motion. Give me a second. I don't think we should extend this any further, and I've heard enough. And I'll make a motion, then I'll say my speech, but I'm gonna make a motion, and I hope I get a second. I'm gonna make a motion that we deny the warehouse application for the DeGirolamo track.
Second.
You got a second?
Was there a second?
And I'm gonna do board comment, and usually I let John and Maggie talk first, but I wanna say something first. And, I've done a lot of listening in 8 months, trust me. And I listened a lot tonight, which I should, it's our job. And I didn't react to anybody, I listened to you. So I'm gonna make a short statement, I would appreciate if I had the same courtesy. So before I make this short statement, I'm inspired to say one thing. And Jen, I can't see it because I don't have good eyes, but I know you're out there. You said something that was very interesting. You said Team Buckingham. Thanks. Thank you. You said Team Buckingham, and I appreciate that. Remember, you moved here and you loved it and so forth. And I'm going to speak, even though I'm speaking for myself, John and Maggie have been part of this, but I've been on Team Buckingham for 30 years. I've literally sacrificed time away from my kids, thousands of hours, actually my wife and I, picking up trash days, volunteering. And then another gentleman said, and I appreciate your comments, you said that we said this in our newsletter, keep our word. But it's not just our word, it's stuff we've done. Like, there's a reason why you have 6,400 acres. There's the reason why you're the safest township in the state, ranked. There's a reason why we're the most environmentally friendly township in the state, including your water system, our water system, my water system. There's a reason. It doesn't happen by accident. And I appreciate, I've been in a vacuum because we couldn't say much because, we're supposed to listen. I'm not supposed to make a judgment before tonight. So I kind of feel free, like I can talk and I can speak my mind, not hurt anything. So I'm really kind of excited about this. So,
Not too long.
no, I won't, but
Thanks, Denise.
it sounds like my wife. Anyway, so here's my short statement. I wanted to say that first because, so I've been on Team Buckingham and I've actually done the work. So I first want to thank everybody for being involved because it's very humbling. Because a lot of times, we just do things and you guys elect people and you just expect them to do a good job. You don't want to be involved in everything. You just expect it. And so I'm very humbled that you're involved now. And it's heartening to know that you chose to live here and you continue to live here because of the hard work, especially with preservation, because we are preserved. Buckingham is preserved. Make no mistake about it. And over the decades, it's been preserved, and it's nice to see that you want to keep it that way. All of us up here, we've stood strong, and we defended our town against plans that would adversely affect us, and it would impact our quality of life. And over the last many months, I've talked to residents, and they share with me their opinions, and there's many of them, there's not just one opinion. But they've all said one thing. 99.9% of them have told me, because they know me, they know my family, even though they don't know me personally. They said, I don't want the warehouse, but I trust you because that's why I moved here. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate the trust. And tonight's going to be no different. In regards to safety, traffic, and environmental concerns, sorry, I was typing my thoughts during this time, but in regards to safety, traffic, environmental concerns, and the concerns of my, not just constituents, my neighbors and friends, I'll stay strong and I'll defend our town against plans that I feel would adversely affect us and our quality of life. And by the way, I lived on Miladies Lane for many years, so I exactly know where you're coming from. Tonight, although I appreciate the willingness of the applicants that said they would lower the amount of days and they would work with us, I appreciate that. No hard feelings. And you were, you said you were going to preserve a large part of the property, which is important. In my opinion, trying to think of the words, in my opinion, there's simply too many unaddressed concerns to warrant allowing this plan, in my opinion, to move forward. That is why tonight I will unequivocally be voting no.
You structured it as a yes vote. I gave it a second. You structured it as a yes vote.
I didn't. I made well, no, you can say deny.
No,
I made a motion.
he voted no.
I know,
He
wise
voted no,
board
you
comment.
just said. I unequivocally voted no.
No, I will unequivocally.
Yeah, we haven't voted yet.
No.
Maggie,
Oh,
do you have
okay.
anything? Do you have anything to say, Maggie? Maggie, we're still
Yeah.
in discussion. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to confirm with the traffic engineer. Did you say there were 45 trips now?
90 trips, 45 trucks a day.
Oh, okay. All right, and you're reducing all the things we talked about. And the waiver. The
You
waiver,
talking to me?
yes,
What's the question?
the waivers, you rescinded some of the waivers and.
Yeah, we went through each individual.
Yeah.
Oh, you say that.
Okay. All right. And all the things we listed, and it's too late to confirm all those things.
Everything that you asked for that I responded, still stand by and.
Okay.
You good?
John, did you want to say?
I don't need
Yeah.
to say anymore.
Yeah, and my concerns have not changed over the past year. The July 23rd, 2023 minutes will reflect that I had issues with 90 tractor trailers a day using our township roads. So that's it, that's all I have to say. Yep.
Okay. All in favor, you can say yes or you can say deny. All in favor of denying the warehouse application?
Denied.
Deny. Okay. I think you might be even happier about this. I closed the hearing.
No, you didn't.
Wait. We're not done with the record. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My mistake. Go ahead.
Yeah, you called the vote. You said your
I
piece.
second it.
Sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna say my piece.
Oh, I thought you did.
I did all the.
Oh, you want my concerns?
No.
Guys, can you just, we need to give Maggie her piece. My
I
fault.
don't need to give my piece, I need to give my vote.
Your vote.
What is, okay. I do all the preservation in the township,
You do.
and I am voting no to deny it because this is the plan, and I know where it'll go from here. 82% of this property is green. And where it goes from here, I'm guessing, is up to the court in Doylestown. They've complied with every single thing, and I'm just telling you how the law is. They complied with everything.
Wait, just let her have her piece, please.
And, you know,
Please.
they stepped back from the waivers they asked for, and I know how it goes. And it's not gonna come back to us like this. So, I'm not saying I don't hear you, I'm just saying, I know that this isn't gonna happen.
Well, we're,
So Maggie, that's it. You're done? You got?
Okay,
you got all
so-
that?
excuse me. So let me close the hearing first because that's not the actual meeting closing hearing. So I'm gonna close this hearing of the DeJohn Track Warehouse proposal plan. Okay? And then second, if there's no other business, Dana, is there any other business?
No.
So, okay, well, I think we've been pretty clear. So I'm gonna make a motion to close the Buckingham Township Board of Supervisors meeting for July 24th, 2006.
Second.
July 25th.
Now it's the next game. All in favor, aye.
See you, Buckingham.
Okay.